All right, and we are back after that intense first game between Toolbox and Team Melondog. Melondog was just being so aggressive there, holding down the point, just not letting Toolbox move in at all there.
Yeah, next is gonna be tower control on Mako Mart. If they still keep the double T tech, it'll be really good for them. They'll be able to definitely defend very easily with that comp if they stick with it.
Definitely. I feel like if they stick with that comp, they are going to have a good time here. I believe that double splash came in very clutch, especially being able to use the grab to hold down the point and the strikes to just push him back. So
Yeah, 100%.
I definitely feel like that's going to do something.
I also think Heavy will be really good here if they stick with it.
For sure. I do think Heavy is going to be very beneficial here, but we will see as we get into our next game. We see a Forge Pro!
Nautilus and Machine. Okay. This is really interesting. I am a huge fan of Forge, so I'm really excited to see how they play with it.
Melon Dog is going for the absolute aggression here, playing 3 weapons that all have very aggressive specials. We see a double crab coming out, along with a strike and a booyah, so they are going for the heavy mech control here. But Toolbox already able to get one down on the side of Melon Dog, so this might be the push that they need. Jody is trying to get aggressive here, but is, in fact, nearly caught up by the bomb, but a good squid roll coming out from them. But 2 go down on Toolbox, so they have to push back here.
Just one more. Oh, okay. Machine jumping in, getting a train. It's just a T-Tech left. They're probably going to be getting their special to try and push that train. And they probably a bomb.
Yep, they're popping the booyah, trying to push it back, focusing the Nautilus. The Nautilus is able to get out and survive, but we see the strikes already coming in here, trying to take out the crab. Crab does go down. But they have another crab trying to hold down the tower. They are just doing whatever they can to just hold down this tower, and like Melon Dog is not giving them a single chance to let up. 8 is just trying to play aggressive here, just getting in. Are they going to be able to find a pick? They are going to be able to find a pick on one of the splashes, but unfortunately taken down by the Pro. The Pro is getting so aggressive here, just falling back, trying not to get picked off by that machine.
Yeah, Chubbuck's playing really aggressively right now. They're going to definitely be setting up for a push very soon. If we have tad bit early, unfortunately, but at least they can get a hold of our side. Ooh, the machine gets one.
Machine going aggressive here. They might get the second. They are able to get the second. Unfortunately, not able to get the third. 2 go down on the side of Melon Dog, but this could be the push that Toolbox needs. They just have to watch this crab, try not to push too aggressive on them, because if they do, that's going to spell a certain end for anybody who tries that. But as we can see here, Patat is just trying to get very aggressive here, just trying to play defensive with that Nautilus, throwing out the rain, just trying to push them back. 2 go down on Melon Dog. This could be the push that Toolbox needs. 3 go down on Melon Dog with the Pro currently respawning. They see the strike coming out. 3 go down again on Melon Dog with the hero shot coming in. So we're definitely going to have to see just what they're going to try and do here.
Yeah, they're going to have to hold the left side very carefully. There appears to be a lot there. Hopefully they can get this push working though. Oh, and T-Tech going down.
Definitely. Unfortunately, 3 do go down on the side of Melon Dog. I mean, Toolbox, but the machine is still alive. They were able to get one pick, but they're just pushing back. Very smart play for them. Try not to get too aggressive. Just save that booyah. Try and push them back. We do see it getting into mid, just trying to take that map control there. But we do see the Zoom coming out from Melon Dog. They're just trying to do their best to push back. We see one getting aggressive. Unfortunately, not able to get the pick there. But Melon Dog is currently in a 3v4 situation. They're going to have to do what they can to push in.
Yeah, they're probably going to be stalling until the majority of this game unless they can get enough picks to push back in. And Toolbox is setting up another push, and 2 are down. I don't know. Oh, but it's a 2v2, so they might be able to continue this push.
Yeah, definitely there. We saw 2 go down on Melon Dog, but unfortunately 2 went down on Toolbox. But Toolbox does still have a decent man advantage here. It's a 3v3 situation currently. Toolbox has to try and get control of this tower, but Melon Dog is trying to push up on their left stack right now, just trying to get aggressive. The Pros just playing very defensive, just waiting for the good opportunity to get the pick. They 3 go down. Unfortunately, the jump is getting caught out, and it is a wipeout from Melon Dog. This is going to be the push that they need to just widen this gap even more.
Looks like they're setting up on the left stack. They're going to be prepared. They're probably going to grab there once they get their special. Oh, Nautilus is really low.
Yeah, not.
Oh, nice. They got the
2 are down on the side of Toolbox right now. Melon Dog is just playing so aggressive. The one splash is trying to play so aggressive, just pushing back. The other crab holding it down. They are about to push back the chest point. They are able to, but the Junior coming in to protect them. Just put up the bubbler, and the Knot just cleaning everything up. The Booyah is the last one alive. We see one flank, but they are not able to actually get the Pro down, so the Pro is able to get back freely.
That's really good for Team Melon. They'll be able to have a Booyah bomb whenever they try and push up. Oh, okay, shot down. I think oh, nice. Machine got 2, then probably gonna get the 3rd. They got 3. That's really good for Team Melon. They got Team Melon?
I believe that was Toolbox. Yep. Toolbox, that was a very good play from them. They were able to get so aggressive there, push in enough, and get that triple, which is what they needed. But as you can see from Melondog, they have a gigantic lead right here. If Toolbox wants to do something, they're gonna have to try and get something like a knockout, maybe. The machine is still holding down the point, opting not to use the Booyah here, just trying to hold down the point as much as they can, but unfortunately they are taken down, and this might be the game for Melondog unless Toolbox is able to push in here.
Yeah, really unfortunate.
Definitely, that was a bit unfortunate. Toolbox did get a very good push at times, though, so they did play very well, but Melondog, once again, just had so much aggression when it came to how they were playing. That comp just led to a ton of map control as well, so compared to Toolbox, they were just not able to push in the slightest.
Yeah.
But very good play from both of them, and also, I apologize for not being able to hear us at the start of the game there, so we apologize for coming in, but I am J King, and I am joined by Astro. How are you doing today?
I'm doing alright. I'm really excited for these games with the new patch.
Definitely, the new patch is very exciting, but as we can see, we saw Crab still coming in despite that slight nerf. I feel like, with the way these teams are playing, I feel like Crab is still going to be very strong regardless.
Yeah. Though, because of the new patch, we'll definitely be able to see more diversity with comps, which is what I'm most excited with. I love seeing, like non-shooters or just weapons, like, not used as much. Like, example, Forge being in comp. I really love watching those gameplays.
Definitely. I feel like Forge is it is a weapon that can charge Booyah relatively quickly, and it can add more of a supportive set. But when it's going up against something like a sloshing machine, it definitely will struggle a slight bit. But I still think that Forge Pro still has a very good place, like in the meta, if it is able to be used properly in certain comps.
Yeah, 100%. And next, we're going to be going to Rainmaker on Eeltail. So I think it'd be cool if they could keep their Forge here. I think having a Booyah Bomb on Rainmaker is very useful.
Yeah, definitely having that Booyah is going to be something that will help greatly. I wonder if we will see a double Crab comp again, like we saw in the tower control match, but I'm not sure. I feel like we might see some strikes coming in, because as we saw in the first game, I believe it was Toolbox that ran a double ink strike combo. So I wonder if we'll see something like this here, just to be able to stall out that Rainmaker if they need it, or get those easy pushes.
Yeah, 100%, especially because Strike is, like, a lot more better on Eeltail because of its allies, and I think they'd benefit a lot from it.
Yeah, Eeltail compared to other maps is just so, like, it's just such a smaller and thinner map compared to the others, kind of like Caruana, how in some of the previous games, how there was so little space at times. So using specials like that are just built for clearing out space, it's going to be something that we will see used to good effect here, especially.
Yeah.
One weapon I also feel like I want to see more of is actually the Carbon Deco, especially because I believe it actually got a point buff recently. I believe it was 210 to 190, but I could be wrong on that. I do not remember fully from the patch. So I wonder if we might see weapons like that more for like more aggressive play, especially with the Zuka.
Yeah, it did get a buff. It's got switched to 190, which I'm really excited. I love watching Carbon gameplay, especially when they know how to, like, play very aggressively with it and just actually succeed. I love seeing Carbon succeed. It's very fun.
Definitely, Carbon is such a fun weapon to watch and as we get into our last game of this set, we do see a Brush coming out on the side of Melondog, trying to provide those whales. And we actually do see a Tacticooler as well, which I was very excited to see because Tacticooler got a big buff with this one. So I feel like, especially for modes like Rainmaker, we're going to see it a lot.
Yeah, and on the side of Toolbox, they brought out Dual Squelchers and a Range Blaster, which I absolutely love. I love watching those two weapons in comp. Definitely one of my favorites.
Oh, for sure. Especially bringing the double Wave Breaker. This is going to add so much area clearage, and the dually almost getting taken out by the Brush is able to roll out, but unfortunately the Burst Bomb is able to clear that out on the side of Melondog. It is a 3v2 situation. 3v2 situation, we saw the dually go down and the Splash, but the dually is currently respawning. Splash just getting taken out. The Crab providing so much cover is actually able to get a long distance shot off and take out the Range Blaster. This could be the push that Melondog needs to get back in.
Yeah, it looks like they're slightly struggling to push up on the bridge. Unfortunately, they're not getting the picks that they need, and this might possibly be the end of the push. Oh, yep, there it is.
They did their best to push back, but unfortunately, 8 was able to get too aggressive there, just pushing back. And we do see the fourth row getting a little aggressive there, not able to find the pick on the junior there. The junior does have the bubble, and we do see the crab coming out from Toolbox. They were trying to cover that top bridge area. We do see one trying to drop down onto the left side. They are getting so aggressive here. The zap, the splash, all of them are just getting so aggressive. But unfortunately, 3 go down on Toolbox. Melon Dog, this might be the push that they need, but we will see what they do here.
Yeah, if they just can get those boots watchers. Nice. Ooh, now all they have to do is hold the bridge, and they should get a checkpoint, hopefully.
Yeah,
oh,
as long as they hold this bridge. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
As long as they hold that bridge, they would be able to push in, but very good stop coming in from Toolbox. This could be the push that they need, but unfortunately we do see it as a 3v4. We do see the Booyah coming out, trying to take out the crab just trying to take up top mid on the bridge. We see 1 go down, 2 go down, good pick coming out, 3 go down. This could be the push that Toolbox needs.
Ooh. Oh, the Waymaker falling off the bridge. Okay, they're managing to take it.
Yep, they're trying their best to take it to that checkpoint. Despite them falling off, they still made a very good push. Melon Dog has to try and get back here. Good pick coming out from the blaster, able to counter the brush there. Just holding up this top bridge control, so I'm curious to see how they're going to handle this.
Yeah, I believe they should be able to just push up if they can control the bridge. It'll be really good for him. Oh, range blaster sadly going down. Oh, they ended up trading.
Yep, good trade coming out from them. We do see the splash trying to get very aggressive here onto the pro, able to get the pick on the pro, but we see the whale coming out. Unfortunately, not able to get the pick. The ink brush is getting very aggressive there, just stopping the push from happening. And they just use their whale, so they don't have that to use, unfortunately. But we do see both the Tacticooler and the crab ready on the side of Melon Dog. So we do see the crab coming out, and we do see the Tacticooler as well. So I'm curious to see how they're going to manage this.
Yeah, it feels the brush sadly goes down under bridge. I don't think they'll be able to get their push anytime soon. They're struggling with paint right now in the specials.
Yeah, they do. Compared to Toolbox, they do have a slight bit of... They do have a slight lack of paint compared to them, but they are still managing to put up a good fight against them. Just getting very aggressive. They do have a lot of area control, especially with being very close range, whereas Toolbox has a little bit more to cover in the range department due to that blaster and squelchers coming in. And Toolbox is actually able to break through the checkpoints, so this is going to be huge for them, but Melon Dog is going to have to try and break through the enemy checkpoint in order to gain a lead here.
Yeah, let's see if they are able to get this back. I'm very excited to see. Oh.
It seems from that Wavebreaker, they were having a little bit of trouble there doing it. Unfortunately, the dually was taken down, but they are going to be respawning in just a second. We do see the Tacticooler coming out, so I'm wondering how they will use this to their advantage.
Oh, the brush. Lagging a bit. Oh, love that DC.
Oop, unfortunate DC from Melon Dog. 2 go down on each side. The Splash is still alive, but they're currently in a 1v2 situation against both the ranged and the junior. So I'm curious to see how they're going to come back from this.
Yeah, it'd be really cool if they are able to get this back. They just need to get the right picks and be able to get moved very quickly. Oh, very unfortunate for the splash.
For sure. Unfortunately, due to it being so late in the match, the DC will count. So Melon Dog, unless they're able to make a push here, Toolbox just has to hold the defense and get this win here. But we see 1 going down from Toolbox. Ooh, nice double coming out from the dually squelcher, and Toolbox does take it 1-2. Does take that game, but unfortunately Melon Dog takes it 2-1.
Yeah, that was really entertaining to watch though. I really like their diversity in weapons.
For sure, we love seeing weapon diversity. Melon Dog played very well in their matches. But Toolbox, I like seeing a lot of the off-the-wall pick, especially with something like a range blaster, because when it comes to like Wavebreaker weapons, you usually see things like a heavy or the dually squelchers, as we saw there. So I was definitely glad to see something like the range blaster come out, because I love blaster play, especially when it's something like a range or like even just a normal blaster compared to like a junior, because I just love seeing weapons that can play more aggressive and just cover certain areas easily. So
yeah, 100%.
that was definitely something fun to see. But yeah, that was round 1 with Team Melondog taking it 2-1. Very good play from both teams, but as we see, Melondog just had constant aggression there. So I'm curious to see what we will see coming up in our next match.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody, and we are back with some more from the Ink Up Round 2. I am J King, and I am joined by Astro. And for our upcoming match, we have Low Quality versus Coral.
I absolutely love their names. I'm a big fan.
Definitely Coral, especially. That's just fun to say, but at the same time, I'm worried because I'm afraid that I might slip up. Unfortunately, but as we get into this match, our first map is going to be Clamblitz on Umami. What are your thoughts here, Astro?
Oh, I'm hoping maybe they could have a Kraken here. I really enjoy playing Kraken on this map. And maybe have a very aggressive comp, because aggro comps definitely work here.
Oh, for sure. Especially on Clamblitz, Kraken is one of the best specials just because you can get easy jump ins. So I'm definitely curious to see what we might see here. I'm wondering, heck, we might even see a crack-on roller, which I would love to see. So I'm definitely curious.
Hmm.
All right, as we load up, another thing. What other weapons do you think we might see? I feel like we might see some more crab like we saw last
Ooh.
time, but I'm definitely curious.
Yeah, I feel like they might have Neo Splash here since Neo Splash is like having strikes. Umami is very good, and I think Neo Splash like allows a lot of paint, maybe even a T-Tech if they want to be more aggro.
Definitely. I feel like if they want to have more paint control, Splash would be the way to go here. But even then, T-Tech still has a lot of good paint, so I'm very curious to see if we might see one of those. But I do feel like we might see some strike teams coming out. Heck, we might even see a Booyah coming from something like a Sloshing Machine, or as we saw in the last game, like a Forge Pro, which I would love to see again.
Okay, 100%. And I think maybe I would love to see dualies if they decide to bring that out in either of the teams.
Yeah, C Dualies, in my opinion, is one of the strongest like wave breaker weapons
Hmm.
because of like how mobile it is, but also its decent range. So if you didn't want to play like a heavy or something similar, you can play that because it'll also give you a lot of escape opportunities. Plus, you can play a little bit more aggro with your team.
I 100%. I just want to see more midlines. I love midlines.
Definitely midline and supports, especially. We love to
Hmm.
see those. We love to see those players. They don't get enough love, so we got to show them some love. You know.
Yeah.
I wonder if we might also see something like a junior. Heck, we might even see a C junior for like another wave breaker weapon because those are also very strong. So
Oh
definitely curious to
yeah.
see what we will get here.
Hmm.
All right. So with that, we will be getting into our first match against low quality and Coral, and let's see our comps we have coming in. We do see the heavy, and we do see a dually as well.
Oh, and they have Stamper in 96 on the opposing team.
I love seeing Stamper play. I love seeing just how somebody can use it effectively because it can be such an aggressive weapon, and it's so fun to watch, especially.
Yeah.
I'm very curious to see how this will go because low quality is opting not to
Ooh.
in Kraken. Very good pick coming out from the heavy there. But
Yeah.
Coral, or yes, I believe that's Coral. They will be bringing out actually a Kraken in that 96 and actually a Zekafin, so I'm very curious to see.
Yeah, getting that pick early on in the Charger is very good for them. If they keep getting the Charger out of the game, they'll definitely have a lot of opportunities to push up. Oh.
Definitely, they have to try and get these opportunities to push in. Also, my apologies, Coral. Yeah, that was my apologies.
Oh,
But yep.
2 going down.
Yep, we saw 3 go down actually on Coral. 2 currently down. So, ooh, very good jump kick there from the Scamper, trying to get very aggressive onto the heavy here. The heavy is able to push them back, but I'm curious to see if they will be able to secure the pick. The heavy is able to secure the pick, stopping that zip caster. But we do see the strike coming in. 1 go down on Coral, 2 go down. So low quality has the advantage here, but they're gonna have to try and get a clam form.
Yeah, if they were able to get their clam quick enough, they could have definitely gotten a push in. But now they can take their time to re-push and get specials, and they'll have possibly bigger push. And T-Tech getting one? Maybe?
I believe they got that assist there, but even then, still
Yeah.
very good play from low quality, trying to play that to flank there, just ensuring that they don't push in. I think they were waiting for the crab to dissipate so they could easily get the pick on the dualies there. Especially with the buff, dualies are going to be incredibly strong here. We see the Stamper trying to get aggressive on the heavy, but the heavy is able to push them back. We do see Coral just holding down mid, just trying to get very aggressive. We do see Stamper is able to get a pick, is able to get 2.
Ooh.
Will they be able to get another? The heavy doesn't notice them at the moment, but we do see the strikes coming in. So low quality is doing a very good job of just getting aggressive, trying to push them back.
Yeah, they're getting a really nice push in right now. And they should have scored the ball, right? Yep. Oh, they got 2 balls. Okay, that's really good. And that'll be a strike.
That is a huge lead from them. We do see 2 go down, 3 go down from Coral. Low quality is objective. They're trying to gather clams. They're trying to make sure that they don't push in, but the dualies are getting very aggressive, trying to stop the push in his tracks. But the Gal is able to hold up on that top left area. Unfortunately, going down. This could be the stop that Coral needs in order to get that push in. They are going to have their pity, so I'm curious to see what they will do with that.
Yeah, that was a very nice push from low quality. Let's see if they can defend that. Would be very good if they can.
Yeah, low
Ooh.
quality got a huge push there, so Corporal is going to have to figure out something. Very good snipe coming out from Leela there. And we do see Corporal already, I mean, low quality already trying to make another push. They do have the basket. They're currently trying to charge the special. We do see the Kraken coming in, so they might be providing easy opportunities there. The Crab is able to get taken down. Very good play coming in from the Kraken, just trying to push them back. Is able to find a pick. 3 go down on Corporal. Low quality just getting another huge push here.
Absolutely insane. I also love the aggro positioning their chargers taking. I love seeing the aggro charger.
For sure. Aggro chargers definitely are very, they definitely can turn the tides of battle if they are used properly. So if you're able to protect your charger and get them into those aggressive positions, they will be able to wreak havoc on the enemy team.
Yeah, 100%. And sadly, I don't think their push is going to be lasting very long, but they did get it to 7, which will be very good. As long as they defend for the rest of this game, they can confirm their win.
For sure, especially with about like a minute 15 left, they're going to have to do their best. We do see the Scamper able to pick one, but they do get a little bit aggressive, unfortunately getting taken down by the 52. The 52 playing very aggressive here, just trying to get in, just trying to make those opportunities to go and pass the wall, putting up the wall for their own defense, watching out for the sniper there. So Coral, this could be the push that they need, but they don't currently have a clam in their possession other than their pity clam, so I'm curious to see what they're going to try and do here.
Yeah, I don't think this push is going to last very long, sadly. They're currently 2-3 right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, we saw 3 go down on Coral when they were trying to make a push there. We did see 1 jump in and actually was able to get out successfully. But even then, it's still a bit of a rough situation. Low quality is just holding down these aggressive angles, just making sure that they aren't able to push in. The Gal was trying to get aggressive there, unfortunately getting pushed back. The Heavy does have a wave breaker, so unless they're able to get out, they will lose it, and unfortunately they do. The Gal does have one. Ooh, very good snipe onto the splash there, taking out that Crab. 3 go down on Coral. Low quality might have this one if Coral is not able to make a push here.
Yeah, they're just trying to collect as many clans and kick them off the map so Coral can't get enough to push up. This might be it for them.
Yeah, this could be it for them, but we do see them get very aggressive. They do have time to push it in though. We see the Gal getting very aggressive. They are able to get the basket in, but the Gal unfortunately is taken down. They are getting clams and 2 go down on Coral. Look, all these playing such good defense here. We see the Heavy just getting very aggressive. Still trying to throw in those clams, but unfortunately they might get taken out here. Unfortunately, they do, but it was a very good push coming in from Coral. 2 go down, and unfortunately, the basket will close, which will leave low quality to take that round.
Yeah, that was very unlucky. Because of low quality throwing all the clams off, they couldn't get enough clams to KO, but they did have a really nice push, which was very nice to see.
Definitely, they gave it their all, but ultimately, low quality had such a... I mean, when you think about it, they had such a high quality play from their team as well, just being so aggressive, so I don't know if their name is indicative of that. But yeah, that was a very good play coming out from both teams. I was especially happy to see something like a Stamper come out. I feel like that Stamper played insanely aggressive, and I always love seeing aggressive Stamper play because I just love seeing Splatana play in general because it is such a strong weapon, and seeing it utilized like so well is so much fun to watch.
Yeah, 100%. The next game is going to be Splat Zones on Manta Maria, which will be very good, I think, for a Stamper, especially if they use the Zipcaster correctly. Zipcaster can be very good on this map if they get the right places.
Yeah, definitely. Stamper, I feel, is going to be very strong here, especially if they are able to get over from the little cut area inside of their little bunker right above the mast area. If they are able to get past that without the enemy team noticing, they are going to just be able to wreak havoc and just flank constantly. And they're just going to have to try and contest and get them out of there. So I'm very curious to see what we might see here. I feel like this is going to be heaven for a certain like long range weapons. Like I feel like we might see another Zekafin coming out because of those strikes, but we'll see what each team is going to be bringing out.
Yeah, 100%. I think having a Zekafin will be really good here. Maybe even a Splatling. Splatlings tend to be really good on grades here, so maybe that's something we'll be seeing.
For sure, one weapon I would love to see come out is the Hydra Splatling, because I used to use Hydra Splatling a lot before going to a lot more of aggressive weapons. So seeing something like a Hydra come out, especially for the Booyah, I would love to see that, because that has such a huge like radius. It also has such high DPS that you have to respect the Hydra. If not, you're going to get taken out.
Oh yeah, 100%. It'll have really good control on this map because of how short it is, though it is also very good for Slayers. so they'll have a lot of places to hide behind.
For sure. They have a ton of areas to hide behind, especially if you're able to get up onto the wall right below their bunkers. If you are able to get there without them noticing, you could probably squid surge up in like a little off angle and just be able to take out whoever's up there, especially if it's like a heavy or somebody holding down those flanks. So I'm very curious to see what we will see here. I feel like we might see some more raid breakers, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, and I'm really hoping that they have a very aggressive weapon because flanking a lot on the right will be very good for whoever's team they're on. They'll have a lot of control on their bunker if they're able to pull that off.
Yeah, that bunker is going to be one of the most crucial areas, especially like if you're able to get a way breaker down in one of the corners or even beacons. I wonder if you'll see some beacon action come in here, but I really don't know. I'm very curious to see.
Yeah, 100%.
Obviously, I feel like we might see some crab action. I don't think we saw much of it last time, so I'm very curious to see what we will see here. I do think that both comps were very good, but I'm curious to see how each team will change it up. So very
Yeah,
curious.
so I do feel like strikes would be better on this map.
Strikes absolutely would be a very good option, and as we say that, we are going to team a Tetra, which I am very happy to see. Oh, we do see an Octobrush in place of the Stamper. I feel like that's going to cause even more havoc, especially being able to cover so much areas. Like, especially if you're able to get on those flank points, this is going to be very fun to watch.
Yeah, 100%.
We do see both sides already taking control of each point. We do see the down on the side of low quality. Coracle is trying to get aggressive down by Jousty on that T-Tech. Very aggressive, very just trying to play so, like, just trying to get up in their face, trying to make sure that they don't get in those pushes. But we do see the heavy still. They are being contested by the Charger. The Charger is getting taken down. Coracle already has a decent lead here, but they're going to have to be careful because they will be trying to get up. And we do see the Octobrush able to get the flank there onto the heavy, so they will have control of this bunker area. So they're going to have to be careful here.
Yeah, having control on the enemy bunker is like probably one of the most best spots to defend. You can 100% confirm your, like, you can confirm the other team not being able to push up if you're able to control that area.
For sure, especially if you're able to like hide down right before they drop down, you're going to be able to get into a lot of areas. Ooh, very good snipe coming in from Leela there. We do see the strike coming out, trying to counter the crab tank. The crab tank is getting pushed back. They are actually taken out by the strikes. We do see the Charger getting very aggressive here, just trying to push him back. The Gal is unfortunately backed into a corner. 3 go down. The Heavy is trying to hold their ground, but with how this, with how they're playing the Charger, I'm not sure what the Heavy is going to try and do here.
Yeah, hopefully they're able to get close enough to get that pick on Chargers since they're able to kill them, like, and move around quick enough.
Definitely, but with the Charger up there, they are going to have such a hard time. If you want to move in, you have to get the Charger off top bunk. So, I mean, not top bunk, top bunker. So I'm very curious to see like what they're gonna do here. We do see Coracle trying to get pushed in. They do get a pick, and luckily that is 3 down on low quality. Coracle is just trying to push up here, just get aggressive, trying to take control of that bunker area. The Gal is already popping the whale, so they're just doing what they can. But oh, watch out for the Charger there.
Yeah, if they're able to get control of their left flat and the street, they'll gonna be able to hold this to get lead in time.
For sure, we do see a 3v3 situation currently. The Charger is trying to hold that little snipe area, but we do see the Brush getting very aggressive, able to get the pick on the Heavy, able to get out safely due to the Zip Caster. The controller currently goes back to low quality, but they do have that penalty to burn down, so Coral is not completely out yet. There's still 2.5 minutes left.
Oh, Brush getting a really nice pick on that Gal. If they're able to hold this area, they'll... Oh! Are they gonna get that crab? Ah, very unfortunate. Yeah,
unfortunately, they weren't able to get that crab. Ooh! Very good spot coming out from the Heavy there. Coral, this could be the push that they need to just lock down the point. We do see the Tetra coming in, using that... using the reslider to just cap that point. Very good snipe coming in from the scope, though. Very good. Ooh, they managed to get the Heavy after they pushed up. The Splash is the last one alive. Coral, unfortunately, have 3 down. Low quality takes the zone back in their control.
Yeah, their Charger's being able to get a lot of lead, porting good picks for their team. They'll definitely have a good easy time to be able to hold.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be so careful. Ren is playing so aggressive, so well on this Brush. I love seeing Octobrush action because I just love seeing Stamper. I just love seeing like Zipcaster play. I just love seeing stuff like that. So I am just Very curious to see. I'm just loving how aggressive Ren is right now. They are able to get the pick on the splash. The Tetris is trying to get aggressive. They do get the pick on them, but unfortunately they do go down. Low quality currently has the zone under control. Heavy is trying to hold it down. We do see the Wavebreaker come out, so Coral has to make some sort of push here.
Yeah, though if they can keep that zone painted, it'll be game. Oh, okay, Tetra's going down. Oh, this sadly just one left on Coral.
Yeah, 3 go down on the side of Coral. 2 go down. This might push back in. Justy playing very aggressive at the end there, and game number 2 goes to low quality.
That was really unfortunate.
Yeah, that was unfortunate, but they did play very well there. So very good play from both teams there. But low quality obviously just has so much more control. Yeah. But Coral is still not out. They still have one more map that they could potentially win here, and it's going to be Tower Control on Undertow.
Ooh, that is a very interesting map to play on. I really hope that they do keep the backlines on both sides. I really love watching backline players. They're very fun to watch.
Oh, for sure. Especially like if someone really knows how to utilize like chargers, especially. I love watching Charger play, being a former Charger main myself, but even then, I still just love watching backlines play. I love seeing aggressive splatlings as well. Yeah. Undertow is a map that like benefits so greatly from good backline play. So if we can see somebody able to lock down those higher points, especially when they are trying to take the tower, I'm very curious to see what's going to happen here.
Yeah, maybe we could even see an Expo. Exposure is like very good on Undertow because of its ability to art good shots. So I really hope that's something we might be able to see.
Definitely, with those arcing shots, they're going to be able to cover the tower, especially. Like they can just sit at certain points and be protected completely. Because they're going to have the enemies are going to have to get aggressive to try and take them out. So I feel like as long as they're able to stay in those types of areas, they're going to have such an easy time just covering so much, especially not to mention how large the radius of the X-Flasher shot is. X-Flasher can play so well here, so I'm curious to see if either team will probably bring one out. Yeah,
we're definitely going to see a lot more splashes on this map. Crab is very beneficial on Undertow because of its flat ramps.
Yeah, it's definitely very beneficial. I feel like we might see I wonder if we'll actually see some Booyah weapons coming out. Ooh. Like maybe the sloshing machine, especially because of all the dips that are in the map and how many ledges there are. I wonder if we might see some of that. So I'm very curious to see what UCM will bring. So as we say that, we are going to be getting into our final match of this set. And on each side, we do see and we do see a similar comp coming out from low quality with that Zeka Finn. But we do actually see a Range Blaster coming out this time.
This is very interesting because now low quality has like barely any paint. So if Coral can keep their paint very consistent during this game, they might be able to get this win.
For sure, Coral does have a lot in the paint advantage. Rush here, unfortunately not able to find the pick on the splash. 3 go down on Coral. The splash trying to get back into, trying to get on top tonight. We do see the crowd coming down. The jump actually able to avoid it. Very good play there. Able to get the pick from the burst bomb. We do see 2 go down on low quality. This could be the push that Coral needs to get back in, but we do see the blaster currently taking control of this tower. Unfortunately, they are able to get, I believe that was 3 there. They are pushing back with the Wavebreaker, so I'm very curious. The Tetra is unfortunately taken down by Justy on that T-Tag. Just very well played from Coral, however.
And it looks like they're going to be... Oh, the Octo's getting a really nice pick on the Stamper. Are they going to get a second one? They got 2, so unfortunately they have betrayed, but that is a really good push for low quality.
Yeah, that definitely evens out the matches, but unfortunately 3 go down on Coral, with the Stamper being the last alive. The Splash is currently respawning. They are playing so aggressive on the T-Tag. Very good trade coming out, though. We do see the Brush getting very aggressive. The Tetra playing so aggressive. Unfortunately, taken out by the Brush. The Try just coming in, trying to lob those shots over, just being careful. Watch out for the Blaster, however. They are actually able to get the jumping T-Tag, so Range does get that pick. And they have such a good position here. They can just cover any side that Coral tries to come from, so they like have to be wary of that, especially with them bringing the Wavebreaker.
Yeah, I hope I feel like Coco should be able to get this push in if they can get their specials and use them correctly. Although it looks like they're going to be popping their strikes pretty early on, so this might stop their push. And 2 going down on low quality. Oh, 3! This might be really bad for them.
Yeah, this could potentially be bad, but we do see 2 go down. Coral. Justy's just trying to play aggressive here. They are able to find Pit. They are able to find a pick, luckily with some help from the range blaster, but they are able to get them down. 2 go down from Coral. Low quality has the advantage here. Once again, that brush is just playing so dang aggressive here. They are just playing so well. Unfortunately, Jousty is able to find the Tri-Slosher. They are already popping their the strikes, so Coral has to do something here, and they have to take out Jousty if they want to try and push in here as well.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay. They just created. Let's see. Oh, Jousty getting the kill. They might have to get some more points on the scoreboard right now.
Jousty is just holding down that tower. Charger is taken down by the Tri, but they're going to have to watch out for the Range Blaster to go down on Coral. The Range Blaster is still alive at the moment. They're just providing so much fire, but they don't realize that the brush is behind them. Very good flank from the brush. They are going to be able to camp that jump, but the jump is actually on tower, but they're still able to get picks.
Oh, that was a really good, really nice picks from the Octobrush. I love watching Octobrush gameplay. Them sharking and getting like really important picks is very satisfying to watch.
For sure, especially when you know when you see them like utilize the Zip Capture so well, just playing so aggressive there. Ooh, Chains has to be careful here. Watch out for the Charger. They are trying to push Jousty off the tower. They are able to, but we do see the strikes come out. The brush is actually getting taken out here, but the Rain Blaster is playing very aggressive. Chains is in a very advantageous position, but unfortunately are taken out by the Rain Blaster. 2 go down on Coral. Coral is just not able to handle just how aggressive low quality is playing right now.
Yeah, and low quality has a lot of, I forgot what it's called, like the pick damage costs. So,
chip damage.
Yeah, chip damage. So they're able to get a lot of kills from the. Oh.
For sure, they have so much chip damage with what they're running. They have the brush, they have the blaster, they have the strikes to just push them back. They have so much to keep them at bay and not really give them any freedom. So, low quality definitely is playing to their advantage. Ooh, very good pick coming out from the Scamper there. Unfortunately, are going to get picked before they can get back to their Zip Catcher. The brush is getting very aggressive here. Able to find the pick, but we do see the Crab popping. Able to find the pick on the brush, so Coral has to try and make a push here with that tactical.
Yeah, I think just maybe that Coral might be able to get the lead here if they're able to hold this very well. Oh. Sadly, the Octobrush getting the pick. They might be able to stop their push right now. And the Octobrush going down.
The Octobrush is playing very, very well here, but Coral does it is free. They're using the strikes to just push that back. That might be the game for low quality if they're able to stop this. This try is the last one, and unfortunately, low quality will take the set 3-0.
Even though the Coral lost, I really enjoyed watching their gameplay. I really enjoyed the comp stuff they played. I absolutely love watching Swatlings.
Oh, for sure. Seeing Splatlings, and I also love seeing the Scamper come out from both sides. We saw low quality bring it out at the start there, and then we saw Coral bring it out near the end. I just love seeing how each team played it. But ultimately, low quality, much to their name, did not play at low quality. They played at some very high quality, so very well played from both sides there.
Yeah.
And with that being said, we will be sending this to a quick break. And when we come back, we will be getting started with round 3. So stay tuned. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to From the Ink Up. I hope you guys enjoyed that last match. It was a lot of fun to commentate, seeing a lot of different type of weapon comps. And next up on our stream, we currently have Arrows of Ice versus Neon Cross.
Yeah, and this match will be on Rainmaker Hagglefish, so I'm really hoping to see some more backlines here and maybe another Zipcaster weapon, which I think would be really cool.
Yeah, Brainmaker on Hagglefish is definitely going to be a very interesting one. That's just like Eeltail. Sorry, I couldn't remember the map name there for a second. Just like Eeltail, it's sort of thin in a lot of ways, but at the same time, I'm very curious to see if we will see certain weapons. I feel like we might definitely see some backlines, just like you said, especially like taking up those top 10 areas, because especially if you're able to run something like an E-leader properly, like, God, you can just control so much area that, like, it just doesn't give a chance for the other team.
Also, it's very unlikely, but I think probably seeing like a squeezer or a hammer weapon would be very cool on here. I personally really love playing those on this map mode.
I play Squeezer myself, so if I see a Squeezer, I'm gonna scream.
Me too.
I love Squeezer so much. Like, it's such a fun weapon to watch, especially. It's like such a nice change from Splattershot. So I want to see a Squeezer.
Yeah, I love midlines. They're my favorite.
Definitely. I feel like Squeezer is definitely a perfect example of an aggro midline because, like, yeah, you can play like supportive, like kind of in the back, but at the same time, you can be absolutely aggressive because the tap shot is a 3-shot. So
yeah,
definitely very curious to see what we will see coming out from each team here.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
I feel like for this map, though, at the same time, we might see a lot of flanks in certain ways. Especially with both of the lanes that are on the left and right. Those have a lot of areas, but they're going to have to be very careful because in this as well, they're going to have to like jump onto the grade area. So I wonder to see how flanks will actually work if anybody decides to go into it.
Yeah, they're going to have to be very aggressive here.
For sure, and as we say that, we will be going ahead and getting into our next match. Ooh. We see the Hydra!
Yeah!
And we see an Ealer. Oh, we see the Nova! We see a Nova!
Oh,
let's go.
This is very interesting.
Oh, I'm very excited for this set because we were talking about seeing something like a Hydra, and we also talked that would love to see a Nova as well. So I am very excited.
Yeah, and I love Hydras. They're my favorite. I'm really glad to see them more. And the Tri-Sasha getting a really good pick on one of, I don't know who that was. I think that was a Nova. Silo.
Yes, I believe that was the Nova. The Nova is currently respawning. This might be the objective for Arrows of Ice. No, they're actually taken down by the Wiper. The Wiper is able to get a pick. Oh, that is a wipeout on Arrows of Ice. Neon Cross playing such a good defense there. And both teams, I am just very excited to see what both teams are going to do here. The E-Leader does currently have the Rainmaker. I feel like we might see the Nova eventually pop the whale. Unfortunately, they're actually able to get taken out by the Hydra. The Tiff is getting very aggressive. They actually are taken out by the Rainmaker to go down on Neon Cross right now. The 3 go down.
Oh my God.
The Rainmaker is able to get the pick there. The Hydra is still holding up that top area, but the Rainmaker is just saying, no, you're not getting me here. I will get you.
There, yeah, the Rainmaker's getting really good picks right now. Oh, and the Hydra getting one with the Booyah Bomb. And they pop.
Definitely.
Oh, sadly going down to the Zuko.
Yeah, the Zuko was played very nicely there. Ooh, we do see the whale go out. Unfortunately, they do get taken down. The Zuko was just staring at the Hydra, just saying, come on, do it. Unfortunately, they are taken down. Arrows of Ice is able to take the lead. Are they going to be able to take the checkpoint? No, they're not. Callium playing very good with that E-Leader there, stopping the push before it gets too aggressive, but Arrows of Ice can pop it right here. But we'll have to see what Neon Cross does, just trying to counter it. They might get the pick on the Hydra. They do get the pick on the Hydra. They could probably take up the top 10 area, so I'm very curious to see what they're going to do here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
The Tetras are standing still.
Oop. Unfortunately, we do have a bit of a connection issue. We sincerely apologize for that.
Yeah. Though,
Well,
I think this is going to be a very fun set to watch since they appear to be very even and able to get really nice pushes, but then immediately lose the push. So these will probably be some really long matches.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what is going to happen here. I don't know what happens overall exactly. $20 a year, am I right?
$20 a year.
But regardless, I did very much enjoy both teams' comps there. It was very interesting to see. I love seeing Nova play. I love seeing Hydra. Those were two weapons we were like talking about. So seeing them
Yeah.
come out, I was like, heck yes.
That's actually the first time I'm seeing Nova being played in competitive for the first time. So I'm really excited to see how it's gonna go, if they're gonna end up sticking with that in the rest of the games. Which I really hope they do. I love Nova. It's so fun.
I feel like since both teams worked very well with that, I feel like they most likely will keep going with that set comp. But I'm very curious to see what they might do, or they might change it up. But who knows? I feel like both teams they were fairly even, so I feel like they don't see much of a point in changing it. So
Hmm. Also, I if they're playing something like Nova, I think that they could probably have some really interesting comps. If they do decide to change it, maybe a big swig if they're feeling it, which I'm really excited for.
I very much hope to see a big swig, especially for something like zones,
Hmm.
because big swig, because of how much it covers, I do think we might see it on certain maps, like possibly museum or something, because museum is a very like, as we saw when Big Swig first initially came out, there was a video going around of it being able to just cover one zone on museum with just one swing.
Wasn't
So,
that Flounder?
yeah, not museum.
Yeah, I was
We
about
ain't
to
gonna talk
say.
about that. We ain't gonna talk about that. We ain't gonna talk about that.
Uh-huh.
I meant to say
Ooh,
flounder.
museum.
Flounder. That would be very no, that would be very interesting though. I'm sorry, but if I see a big swig take an entire zone like that, I'm done.
Yeah.
That's it for me. That's like a
I'm turning my switch off.
that's a dynamo to the max.
Yeah. Also, its kit works really well for Flounder, so that is possible a weapon choice that they might have if it's a mappo that does end up coming on.
Yeah, flounder I'd say would be very fun to watch, especially when it comes to like zones, especially. That's where I feel like we might see the big swig, but at the same
Hmm.
time, I feel like just in general, big swig could do. In my opinion, I feel like it could probably do something in Clan Blitz, especially being able to provide coverage with the ink vac. So
Hmm.
I wonder what we'll see.
Yeah, I'm very excited.
Definitely, I sincerely apologize for everything. We are currently figuring out what's going on here, but hopefully the match should be back up very soon.
Yeah.
But
Mm.
as we get into that, like we talked about earlier, I'm very curious to see if we will have any comp changes. Like, if you did see any of them changing, what do you think would probably change?
Uh, I'd say they might have a wiper if their tetras do flex to that, because I know a lot of tetra players do also play wiper, and I think a wiper would be very nice to see. I absolutely love watching hammer weapons. Hammer is my favorite special in this game.
Definitely Hammer. Especially with the recent patch, I want to see more Hammer. I want to
Hmm.
see it, especially because with the Hammer buff and everything, I wonder if like we will see like a mini splatling even, because mini also did like get the increased firing duration. I believe that was the buff. I don't fully remember. Plus the stamp buff.
Hmm.
I feel like that counteracts because it also has burst bomb. So I feel like that will help counteract everything. And I would love to see something like a mini.
Yeah, I am personally very glad that they buffed Mini like that, because I've always been a huge fan of Vanilla Mini, and I think it'd be very cool if someone could use that during this set.
Definitely. Like, I love watching Zimmy play like the Zinc
Mhm.
Mini, but I'm sorry, there's something just so much fun about watching a Splatling just get in your face, then pop a
Yeah.
giant hammer.
Yeah, it is, like, the reason why I love Vanilla Spotlight so much. Like, it is so hyper aggro in this game, and it's so much more fun. It's so fun to play.
Definitely. I used to love Mini in Splatoon 1. I think it was just because of its kit. It was very similar. I mean, not Splatoon 1. It was actually both Splatoon 1 and 2, but
Mhm.
Zinc obviously dominated Splatoon 1. But in Splatoon 2, I loved the set of Burst Bomb and Tenna Missile
Mhm.
just because it felt like a different dually, but you could play it in such a different way. So I personally loved it. Plus, I
Yeah.
loved the Kensa Mini as well, being able to have like the Toxic Mist and the Stamper. So that was one of my favorite combinations. So I'm curious to see what we might see going back into this.
Yeah. I It's possible that they could. have a roller. I think roller is just very good in this game with how flat the maps are and just like how like more aggressive you have to play. And if they can get the right paint, then that'd be very fun to see.
Oh, for sure. I feel like I want to see if they will like change up anything. I would love to see a carbon deco. I talked about this earlier, but
Yeah.
other than that, we are getting back into our game. We see the Hydra once again. We see similar comps. Are we going to see the Nova? Are we going to see we see the Nova?
Woo!
It is back.
They do have a wiper. I was not paying attention. My bad.
Yep. I believe they did have a wiper originally. It's just we were like a little distracted there, but we do see the same comps coming out. This is going to be a very fun one. We see the Hydra and the Tetra just providing so much fire on it, but Neocross is able to get the pick there. The Swiper is able to find the pick on the try, so 2 go down on Arrows of Ice. We do see the hammer coming out. They're able to block the Hydra. Are they going to be able to get this pick? They are stopped by they are stopped by for a second. They get the throw.
Nice.
They are able to get the throw, but the Tetra is getting very aggressive here. Unfortunately, the Swiper is taken down, but that was a very good throw. Ooh, the Tetra's able to slide in and get another pick there. The shot is just trying to play so aggressive. Are they going to be able to find this pick? No, they are not, but they are getting aggressive. They might be able to find the pick here, but they're going to have to play so careful here.
Yeah, that was very nice play from both the Tetras and the Wiper. I love skirmishes.
Definitely seeing weapons like that, it was so much fun. Oh, I don't think Arrows of Ice realizes the Swiper is flank behind them. They are able to get one. The Swiper is right behind them. Will they be able to get the pick? They are able to get the pick. Very good flank coming out from Ace there. They're just getting so aggressive. The hammer does find a pick. Ace, what are you doing right now? Ace
is like playing wonderfully this game. This is very fun to watch. I'm having a lot of fun.
I'm losing my mind at this. No, that was very good play from Ace. We do see Ace getting aggressive. Again, they are able to find the pick on the Slosher, but the Hydra is watching that. Are they going to be able to find the pick on the Swiper there? The Booyah is coming out. The Swiper is getting very aggressive here, popping the Booyah. They are able to get the pick. The Swiper is able to get the pick, but Neocross 3 go down, 2 go down on the side of Arrows of Ice. But they are able to get the push. They're trying to get aggressive, but they're not choosing to grab the Rainmaker just yet. The Rainmaker does come out. The Reslider is able to find the pick on the E-Leader, so Arrows of Ice is able to get that checkpoint there.
Yeah, that was a very good pick on the leader, since now they'll be able to push up a lot more easier, since they're not in the match.
Definitely, but at the same time, Neocross, in order to get back, they're going to have to watch out. We do see the hammer. Ace, the Hydra is just providing so much cover there, trying to back out. We do see go back to Ace on the hammer. Are they going to be able to find the pick? Unfortunately not, but they are watching, making sure that they don't let the jump really get through. We do see the Zuka is actually able to find the pick on the Tri-Slosher. Ace is getting aggressive on the left side, just trying to get it in there. The Hydra's not going to be able to find the pick, but they are able to get the pick on the hero shot. The Hydra's just watching below, not sure where Ace is currently hiding. Ace is going to be getting aggressive here. They are able to find the pick. They do find the pick on the second Hydra. They get 3! They are able to get 3 there. Ace, what are you doing, you madman? Are they going to be able to
quad? They got the quad. Oh my god.
They are able to get the quad. What was that? What? Are they going to be able to get the camera?
Oh my god. Ace is doing absolutely amazing this game.
They are able to get the hammer throw and get the pick on the Hydra there while they were just respawning. You didn't have to do that to them.
You did not like that Hydra.
Oh my gosh, that was insane play from Ace there. Oh.
No!
No! Unfortunate.
This is so sad.
Despite that, Ace, what were you doing? What were you doing?
I really hope Ace stays Wiper this set.
Please. This what was that?
Oh my god.
Once again, $20 a year.
Yeah! Woo! And then they had the 5-hour server maintenance just to fix the servers.
I really was hoping that that would go through all the way, but because of all that, I believe it was I'm not sure what was going on there, but Arrows of Ice does take round 1 due to I believe it's a technical issue. I'm not fully sure what happened there, but regardless, what was that play from Ace?
Yeah, that is very unfortunate. Even though Ace had like really amazing plays, the DC did sadly have to end that match. Though hopefully it is possible they could get that back.
I feel like if Ace is able to play aggressive there with that Swiper, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna get over that. What was what were they doing? Like, I swear, somebody had better clip that. Somebody had better clipped
Yeah.
what Ace was doing there. That was just a madman. But no, that was, regardless of that, that was an insanely fun match to watch. I just loved seeing how aggressive everybody got. That triple leading into the quad and then the hammer throw, that was insane. Like,
Yeah.
what was that?
I love Wiper is my favorite Smetana. I absolutely love watching Wiper gameplay. It's so fun.
Oh, for sure. We did see. I feel like the thing is, Wiper can be played aggressive like a Tetra, because as we saw, one of the things that was pointed out by Charo was that Wiper can be played like a Tetra in a bit more of an aggressive way due to the hammer, and I feel like we might actually see Swiper start to, like, not necessarily take over, but I feel like we'll see it more in the meta, especially when it comes to like quick respawn builds and being able to like get in there, especially with the hammer buff. I feel like we might see a lot more Wiper coming out.
Oh yeah, 100%. That hammer buff was like the thing that it needed to possibly get into this meta, especially with the paint buff it got. Its mobility is so good, and its kill time is really good as well. So I think it's really cool. I really like Wiper.
Definitely, Wiper was a weapon that I played a lot when the game first came out, and it was one of my favorites. But
Yeah,
even though I don't play it as much, I still love seeing the play.
yeah,
But
100%.
regardless of all that, both teams played very well. And I love seeing the comps that each team had. Like, we saw a few meta picks as well, which is to be expected, but I loved seeing weapons like the Nova, like the Hydra. Like, as we said before, we don't see weapons like that a lot because when you need a Booyah weapon, you go for something like a Sloshing. But when it comes to a Whale, you have like Stringer, or you have Gal, which can play it more
Yeah,
aggressively.
yeah,
So seeing
mhm.
picks like that, I just love it. It's so much fun to
Yeah,
watch.
yeah. I absolutely love like weapons that you wouldn't expect to see to be picked. It's so cool. Also, absolutely loved their Tetras. They played really well that game as well. I really hope that they do keep their Tetras. I love Tetras as well.
Yeah, no, Tetra is definitely a very fun weapon.
Yeah.
Even despite the weapon being good, as we know, Reef Slider is still a bit of a mess special.
Mhm.
Did it get any buffs in the recent patch? I don't fully
Oh, yeah.
remember.
It did. Like its paint and damage, I think, got buffed a lot. Like now Reef Slider can instantly take like some zones like Oahu, Flounder, what's it called? Like the boat map, I forgot, but it is like very good for zones. So if they do have a zones game, I think they'd be really cool if they stuck with Tetris for that.
Definitely. I do feel that Tetra is still going to be very prevalent in the meta, but
Mhm.
I'm curious to see if anything will change regarding the buffs that recently happened. I actually saw a video on Twitter where it actually was a Reef Slider clip where it was somebody in Recon, I believe it was on Mako. But apparently a Reef Slider is able to actually like completely cap the zone.
Oh
And I was
yeah.
like floored seeing that. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, even though it's like frames after the Reef Sider ends, it's still really bad. It is very good for zones, which I'm very glad. It does have a buff and like a reason to use Reef Sider now. So
Hmm.
it's really cool.
Yeah, I feel like Reef Slider is definitely going to be a special we might see more on zones, especially just because of the coverage. But I'm very curious to see what like will actually happen regarding like certain maps, especially like it just reminds me again of the Big Swig thing
Yeah.
that I was talking about earlier. How it was like able to take a entire zone on Flounder with just one swing. That's just what it reminds me of, and it's insane
Yeah.
because we know how big of a zone Mako can be.
Yeah, I absolutely love how Splatoon 3 is. It's so chaotic and I love how like stupid some of the stuff is, like how it can just instantly cap zone with like one swing or one
Hmm.
explosion. It's very cool to see.
I feel like that's the reason I love Splatoon 3 so much is that just like we did for the Splatfest, it's pure chaos, and we are all
Yeah.
here for it. Well, I say moving on to a slightly different topic. Our next match is going to be Clamblitz on Brine Water.
Oh, that's very interesting. I feel like that I feel like they'll definitely stick with the Tetras and Wiper here. It's very good for flanks if they can pull it off.
Definitely, I feel like, in my opinion, Brine Water is one of the strongest maps for the Wiper, just
Yeah.
because it has it has a ton of like coverage,
Mhm.
like especially being able to like having that such like large mid area and on the flanks, like you can easily just have so many areas to just cover and also charge up your hammer. And not to mention, once you get that, if you're able to get into the enemy base, it's just free reigns there because you
Oh,
can
yeah,
just camp on their
100%.
drops, just constantly jumping up and down with that, just swinging it. So I'm very
Mhm.
curious to see if we might see a Wiper, but knowing how everything is, knowing how last game went, I feel like we might see it.
Yeah, and I think it is possible, hopefully, they will stick with the Nova because you're gonna have to be a lot more careful on Brainwater, so the bomb spam from the Nova, I can't remember the name of the sub, would be
Hmm.
very good for tracking, the enemy team, especially if if they have them just good or able to get a lot of paint, it'll be really good for that team to have their Nova in the game.
For sure. The Nova, I feel like, is going to make a pretty big impact, especially not to mention it got, with the recent buff that um, it has more, like, ability to paint at its feet, giving it more survivability,
Mhm.
and it's not going to be put into certain areas, but at the same time, using that point sensor, especially on weapons that are going to be very aggressive, constantly on the flanks, I feel like that's going to potentially put a damper on either a Tetra or Viper potentially flanking. So those point sensors,
Yeah.
I feel, are going to be a big game changer here. But we will have to see if we do see a Nova coming out for the next match.
Yeah, and I think they'll definitely stick with the leader. I am hoping they do stick with the Hydra. I absolutely love Hydra gameplay, though I am just hoping that they do stick with some type of backline. Backline is really good on Brainwater.
Yeah, backline in my Brine Water, in my opinion, is a backline's like playground,
Yeah.
especially with just how everything is able to be played.
Hmm.
In my opinion, I feel like since it's Clamblitz, I want to see an Explosher. I wonder if we
Yeah.
will see an Explosher because just like the Nova, it can basically provide that support with the point sensor.
Hmm.
Um, but at the same time, that rain is going to be able to just like spread, like just cover so much ink in a certain area, and also be able to like, if you look on your map when somebody's inked, it'll be able to tell you where they are. So it'll be able to like, you'll be able to call it to your team like, oh, they're hiding here, oh, they're hiding here, or something, because they're gonna have to try to avoid it. So I wonder if we might see something like that happen.
Yeah, and because of how Brainwater is made, if they manage to get a good push and get into their ramp, the Expo can sit in mid and they can hold their ramp from there.
For sure, as we get in, we do see, I believe that's Ace on the splat on the Wiper again, and we actually do see the Hydra coming out again, but we do see the E-Leader as well. I don't see we do see the Nova this time. I apologize.
Yeah.
I completely overlooked that. But
Oh.
however, we do have, I believe they tried to go for a flank and unfortunately fell off. The Viper is getting very aggressive here already, just holding down these areas. I don't think they notice. I don't know if they will notice. They haven't painted that little patch of ink. Ace is playing so sneaky here. This could be the opportunity they need. He's waiting. They're waiting for the opportunity. Not able to find the pick on the junior, unfortunately. But they're getting aggressive here. They're trying to go for the Hydra. The Hydra does not notice. Are they going to be able to get a pick? No, they are not. But they are able to escape. Fortunately, just trying to push back the Tetras on the side of Neon Cross do get taken down, but at the same time, they're playing so aggressive here. We see 3 specials already ready from Neon Cross. They're all probably going to pop up. We see the Booyah coming out already. We see the Kraken and the Bubbler already ready. We do see 2 go down on Arrows of Ice. So Neon Cross, they can make a push here. And we already do see the Kraken coming out.
Oh, yeah, they're getting very good control of it. Oh, and the leader getting a really nice pick on that Hydra. That is very nice for Arrows. Neon Cross. And it seems that Arrows of Ice is able to get that push in.
Yeah, Arrows of Ice was able to find that push there. Fortunately, they are being pushed back slightly, but they are doing their best to just hold down the point. We do see the Gal providing a lot of coverage there, just using the wall to really shield himself, and they're probably going to try and charge for another Kraken here to get that push. However, Neon Cross does have their pity, so they could potentially have an easy way of just pushing in. We do see the Viper actually able to find the pick on the Tetra there, He's already hiding on the flank. They do have the pity. Are they gonna notice the Viper on the flank right now? I don't think they do. Are they gonna? He does have the hammer ready. Are we gonna see? They do have the hammer ready. Are we gonna see the hammer? No, we're not gonna see the hammer, but they are.
Oh, they're popping the hammer.
They have the hammer popping out. They're gonna be able to make a huge push. Are they gonna be able to find a pick? Unfortunately, they are unable to get the pick, but they are able to like get slight bit of control. And Neon Cross is getting unfortunately taken down. Arrows of Ice is getting so aggressive there. The Gal hiding behind the wall. They're gonna be so careful because that Hydra has the clam, and they are just watching over everything right now.
Looks like they're going to play a very stally game right now. None of them are, like, neither of them are able to get control of mid properly, and not that they're not getting enough chance. Oh, it looks like that Neon Cross was able to get clams in. Oh, they did.
Neon Cross was able to get a clam in, but unfortunately, coming out with the Kraken. Are they going to be able to find the pick on the Nova? They are fortunately able to find the pick to go down on Neon Cross. The Nova currently going to be respawning. The Hydra has to try, not the Hydra, the E-Leader has to try and get those top areas and just hold everything down. They do have their pity. Oh, we see the Tetra going down. I believe that was either Ace or the E-Leader that got it. Are they going to notice Ace on the flank? I don't believe they will. They are able to find the pick on the person holding the clam. Unfortunately, losing that stamp. They are throwing the ball back. Arrows of Ice has 4 super clams right now. They are just playing. They're playing hot potato with this thing. They are just making sure that they keep these things intact. They're not letting them go.
Yeah, if they're able to get into the basket, they're gonna have a really nice push and like definitely be able to secure that win.
Definitely, we see Acer trying to get a little aggressive with that Viper, but unfortunately, Cam with that Tetra is playing very aggressive right now, just trying to push back. We do see the E-Leader able to get that. Ooh, I believe the E-Leader was able to get that pick there. Very good play from them. The E-Leader is able to stop that push. Ace is getting very aggressive here. They're going to have to watch. They do have a jump. I believe they're going to be able to camp the jump. They are luckily able to stop the Tetra. They are just trying to get very aggressive. They do have the hammer. I believe we will see the hammer. The hammer is coming out. They're unfortunately not able to find the pick.
Yeah, even though they were able to get that pick, that was still a very nice distraction, allowing their team to push up and get into their court very easily.
Definitely, we do see Neon Cross actually take the lead here, and they are just throwing clams. The Viper is getting very aggressive, able to get a trade onto the Hydra. We do see the E-Leader coming in, just throwing more clams in, just trying to make sure that basket does not close. This is the push that Neon Cross needs, and because of how heavy of a stalemate this map can be, Arrows of Ice has to do something here.
Yeah, 100%. They're probably... It is possible that oh, it looks like they're going to try and get all 3 balls. Oh, never mind. That was really unfortunate. It is possible that they're going to get all their clams in right now.
Definitely, I believe they will be able to get the clam. Unfortunately, no, but Ace is playing very aggressive here, just making sure that they don't push in. They have to watch out for the Hydra. The Hydra is able to find the pick there, but they are currently the only one alive. They're going to have to try and make a push here. They are able to. Ooh, the Booyah is able to find the Nova there. Arrows of Ice has to try and push in here, but with how Neon Cross is playing, they're gonna have to be very careful here. The E-Leader getting very aggressive. The E-Leader is getting very aggressive here. The Breed Slaughter is coming out. They are able to find the pick on the E-Leader, but they only have. Oh, the Tetra is able to find a double. They are able to get it in, but unfortunately the Tetra does go down, and it is a wipeout on Arrows of Ice. They're going to have to try and push in here, but with the way Neon Cross is defending it, I don't think they are. And with that, game number 2 goes to Neon Cross.
That was very unfortunate. Though the Tetras did get a really nice double in the end there. That was really nice to see.
Yeah, very good play from the Tetra there. They were getting very aggressive, but ultimately Neon Cross held it down. Very good play from them. I loved seeing the Viper, especially that little sneak that was at the beginning. Mm-hmm. That was very interesting. I believe they were able to find a pick there, so very just like good job from them.
Yeah, and even though they weren't able to get that many picks, they still distracted the Arrows of Ice very well, and were able to stop their push into mid like very quickly just by running in like that.
Yeah, just by getting in there, it creates a lot of space for them, so they're not really able to do a whole lot here. But ultimately, Neon Cross does take the victory there. Like, I am just very happy to see that they're kind of sticking with like a lot of similar comps. We saw the Nova come out again. We saw the Hydra come out again, playing that Booyah. Ultimately, I just thought both teams played that very well. It was a ton of fun to watch for that one. But I'm very curious to see who will come out on top on our last game here. And with that being said, our last game is actually going to be Zones Museum.
Oh, this is going to be a very good map for their backlines. I'm hoping that they'll stick to the Hydra again. Hydra is very good for painting and getting a hold of mid very easily. And I feel like they're definitely going to stick with the Wiper and Tetris here. Wiper and Tetris is very good for holding and flanking a lot. And maybe they'll stick to Nova. I think that'd be really nice. Or maybe they'd switch to Big Swig if that's something they can play.
I wonder if we might see some Big Swig, but I am a little unsure about it. But going into it, I feel like we might definitely see still those backliners just being able to hold it down. I feel like they might keep the Nova here, especially just being able to play back and just charge up those whales and hold down the zone. So I feel like they might keep the Nova, but I wonder if we might actually see us like a Stamper come out by any chance.
Oh, yeah. Stamper is very good on Museum due to its Zipcaster. It can get into the enemy plot very easily and get rid of the backline if there is one.
Yeah, Zipcaster, I feel, will play a huge part in this. I wonder if when it comes to Zipcaster, we might actually see like a brush, like we saw in one of the previous sets. I would love to see a brush, especially on Museum. This is a map where if you're able to get onto this flank and choke points, it's like an area where they can dominate.
Yeah, brush is very good on Museum. It's especially really good on holding the right side and making sure that they're not able to push over there.
For sure, but I'm unsure what we will see when it comes to this. Museum in general is a very interesting map. Just purely because of like all the points that you can go by, especially at the start. I wonder if we'll see anybody try and take one of the little like right flank areas, like on the drop. So I wonder if we'll see anybody try and take those, like especially something like a Tetra or a Wiper.
Yeah, especially like because of their comps they're running, it is hard to tell what they could run. It is possible that they just run something like Aerospray. Maybe that'd be cool.
For sure, Aerospray would definitely be very interesting.
Yeah,
especially because. Oh, go ahead. My apologies.
Okay, so I like its paint. It is very good at painting and is like very good at just being a booyah bot. It is like basically able to paint an entire map on its own, and I think that'd be very good for zones.
Definitely for zones. Paint is the name of the game, and speaking of which, we will be going ahead and getting into our last match of this set, and we do see the Wiper coming out. We do see the Nova again. Neon Cross is sticking with that similar comp, but we do actually see a splash on Arrows of Ice right now, bringing out the crab. So very curious to see how they're going to play this. We do see one, unfortunately, getting taken out on Arrows of Ice. The Wiper is getting very aggressive here. Unfortunately, the Tetra is not able to get that pick there. Wiper getting very aggressive here, so we're already off to an interesting start.
Yeah. Neon Crossing needed getting a very early cap on the zone, which is very good for them. Oh, 2 going down to the whale, which is really bad for Arrows of Ice.
Yeah, that whale was very well played from Neon Cross there. Princey is just playing so defensive right now, just playing so aggressive. That Nova has such good range, but we do see one dropping. It is the Tetra. The Tetra's trying to get aggressive here. I believe they're going to get taken out. Unfortunately, they are. We do see the crab coming out, so they're going to have to play it safe. Ooh, the hammer is actually the crab. They're trying their best to just get this point back, but they're not able to. The Hydra having to use the Booyah to push them back, but the Charger is able to get that pick there. Callium is playing so well with the E-Leader. Very good snipe on the Tetras there. If you want to stop this push, you got to get that E-Leader off there.
Yeah, 100%. Crab, the Crab sadly was able to do that much ago, was able to help slightly with the zone. And the Wiper flanking, they might be able to get something out of it. Oh, they got one.
I'm not sure. We do see one getting picked. Unfortunately, this might be the end for Arrows of Ice in this set. No, they actually are able to keep the zone, but Neon Cross has to just try and take it back. Unfortunately, they do, and Neon Cross will take the set 2-1. Very well played from both teams there.
Yeah, that early cap on zone was really good, and they were able to hold it very well this entire game. That was really well played of them.
Absolutely, that was just like the way that both teams played, Neon Cross just has so much aggression there, just ensuring that they didn't like get in at all, especially with them playing so aggressive with the E-leader. They were just doing whatever they could to really hold them back. So very well played from both sides there.
Yeah.
I'm just that entire set was just what?
Yeah, it was like so cool seeing hammer being played. And when they like can get really nice picks with the hammer by throwing it, it's very satisfying.
Definitely, despite the DC, I'm sorry, I'm not going to get over that like quad or like quintuple splat
Oh,
from the Viper there. That was still insane.
yeah, the DC was so sad. It would have been a really nice game if they could finish it.
Regardless, it was still a lot of fun.
Hmm.
But with that being said, we will be going to a quick break once again, and when we come back, we will be starting our top 16 matches. So make sure you stay tuned for that. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to some more from the Ink Up. I am J King, and I am joined by Astro. And last set was a entire just like thing that was so much fun to commentate and watch.
Yeah.
Like well played from both sides, but we will be getting into our next match, and is going to be Ika Ink versus Kiwi Ice Cream.
And this match will be Tower Control Inkbot, which I'm really excited for. I personally am a huge fan of Inkbot. It's a very nice map, though it has like no flanks, which is also a struggle. So I'm so excited to see what's gonna happen here.
Yeah, I'm definitely very excited for this. Inkblot, in my opinion, is one of my favorite maps. And, like, it was one of my favorites in Splatoon 2. It's one of my favorites going into this. I just think, like, it's just a lot of fun to watch regardless of what's going on. So, I'm very excited to see what each team will bring out here. I feel like when it comes to Inkblot, we're definitely going to see some backliners, especially with those top snipe areas right near the grates that cover them. So I feel like we might see some of those. But at the same time, I'm curious to see what we will see in terms of aggression.
Yeah, I'm personally really hoping for them to pull out Expo again. I'm completely biased and love Expo. It is my favorite backline.
I definitely feel like Expo, I feel like, would be a pretty decent pick here. I would love to see it, especially with the rain. It would really cause pressure on the tower. But obviously, I feel like we're going to see something like Strike. Heck, maybe for a backline, we might even see a Zekafin come out with those Ink Strikes. So I'm curious to see what each team is going to choose. So I am incredibly excited for this one, especially after the banger that was last set. So as we say that, let's go ahead and get into our first game.
Tetras!
Hey, nice. We see the Tetras and we do see the heavy. We see a crack on.
Yeah!
We see a crack on, and we see also a wiper and a blobber.
Oh.
Ooh.
Wow. Okay. This is really exciting.
I'm very curious to see what's going to happen here. Unfortunately, we do see the Kraken the Kraken roller get taken out pretty early. The Viper is just trying to play over on this left side, play very aggressive, but they're going to have to watch out for that Crab Tank. The Tetris is going down. Crab Tank is just holding down this angle just so Ika Ink can just push in easily. But we do see two go down from Ika Ink. They have to watch, but they're already getting aggressive here. We do see the Booyah coming out. The Blobber does have the rain ready. So I'm just curious to see how they're going to counter it. Oh! Unfortunate fall off there from the splash. But Kiwi Ice Cream, that's going to be the advantage they need, taking control of mid, along with taking control of the left stack area to try and take that tower as Ika Ink tries pushing back in.
Yeah, I think picking up quickly on here is going to be the move if they're able to. Oh, really unfortunate. Yeah, the problem about hammer is that you just can't run into there. Though if it worked, that would have been a really nice push for them.
Yeah, I feel like the hammer probably would have worked there if they were able to like have a little bit more control. I believe they're going to try and camp this jump. Unfortunately, the Kraken does run out right before they can get the jump, though, so the jump is safe here. But they are still holding that right stack area, but I don't know if they realize. Yep, one is currently on their right tree, so they're going to have to watch that, because if they're not able to be contested, they are going to be able to just hold down these flanks. Two, unfortunately, go down on the side of Kiwi Ice Cream. Three go down. The Blobber is currently the last one alive. They're going to have to try and hold that rain. But the Spazana is playing very aggressive right now. Are they going to be able to find the pick? They are on the heavy, but the Wavebreaker does get popped down. However, it's not going to be able to last long, but they're going to have to try and make a push here. They do have the bubble up, so they're going to have to play a little bit more aggressive just to push them off. And we do see the Junior just under their little clam.
Oh, the officials probably gonna get a really nice pick here. Oh, nice from the wiper. Are they gonna get the machine? Sadly going down to them. Yeah. This Kiwi should be able to get a really nice push up on this if they're able to pick mid quickly. And three of them all on the right side. If they can push them back nice enough, they could be able to get all three of them. One going down. Ooh, two? This should be really nice. Yeah.
We do see three go down on the side of Pinky. Oh, I'm sorry.
This should be a really nice push for Kiwi right now.
Yeah, Kiwi is definitely playing a lot more aggressive here. Unfortunately, the Viper is taken down. 3 went down on the side of Ink earlier, so they were able to make a decent push. The Heavy does go down, but unfortunately, Kiwi Ice Cream is just getting countered right now. If they're able to get their selection machine up on certain points, then they will be able to just lock down certain areas, but the Roller's gonna have to be careful. Tetra, unfortunately, just getting way too aggressive here. Roller just caught mid-swing, not able to really get out of there.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate for them. It looks like he might be able to push there. The Splash getting a nice pick on the blob. If they can get that crack on behind them. Oh, wait, they're not getting that push.
Yeah, I believe they were just... I believe Ink was just trying to play a little aggressive there, just make sure to get those picks so they can really push in, but unfortunately we do see the Splash take it out. Kiwi Ice Cream, this could be the push that they need. They're going to have to be careful. If they throw the Booyah in the distance, trying to push him back. They're just getting very aggressive. Are they going to be able to find the pick on the Roller? I don't believe they are, but the Blobber is trying to counter them. The Blobber does get taken down, though.
Yeah, even if they couldn't get that Roller, that was a really good distraction on their side. It's giving them to their game a lot more time with the push up. Is that Kraken? Oh, that Kraken got it picked. That was really good for them.
That Kraken was being bounced around so much. They were doing their best to hold the tower. They did get a good, push there. So they're not completely out. They just have to try and get past that checkpoint. But very good stop coming from Ink there. So I'm very curious to see what they're going to do. They do have the Wavebreaker down. Ooh, very good pick on the Heavy from the Splatana. But unfortunately, Tetra does come in and take them out.
Yeah. Sadly, because of the patch, Kraken gets pushed off a lot, which explains why they were not able to sit on. Though I'm surprised they were able to stay on there as long as they did.
Yeah, but even then, them being able to push up so far, they're just doing what they can. The Hammer gonna be coming out. Unfortunately, gonna hit the little barrier there. Not able to get thrown far. We do see 2 go down from Kiwi Ice Cream. Ink just has this so in control, but we do see 1 go down. I believe that was from the rain, but I am not too fully sure. But Kiwi Ice Cream could make a push here. They're just gonna have to be careful from that Crab and also the Tetra getting way too aggressive here.
That was a really nice double from the Tetras. Yeah, that's sadly it. Ooh.
Unfortunately, the Kraken was not able to get onto the tower there, and unfortunately, Kiwi was not able to take it. So the first game goes to Ink.
Yeah, even though they lost up, I think that was a really nice game here. It is a very interesting comp, though. The problem with it is that they have no paint for the Roller, so you could see them struggling a lot there.
Yeah, compared to Ink, Kiwi definitely did have a little bit lacking in the Ink coverage. However, they did play very well with trying to make those pushes, especially with the Kraken. But as we saw, they didn't have enough firepower as well. So the Kraken was able to just easily get pushed off, as we saw earlier from it getting bounced around constantly.
Yeah. Sadly, Kraken isn't the best pick as it used to be, though it can still be very useful for tower control.
It's definitely one of those ones I feel you have to play around your team with. You got to be able to have your team getting aggressive so they're not able to focus the Kraken, but also have the Kraken kind of just playing in a bit more of a defensive way.
Next will actually be Rainmaker Sturgeon. So I'm really interested to see what they're gonna do here. I don't think they would stick to the crack on here. Kraken isn't as useful as it is on tower control as it is on Rainmaker, though I think it'd be really cool if they did stick to it. I absolutely love Kraken. It is one of my favorite weapons. It's been like that since Splatoon 2.
It definitely would be interesting to see them stick with the Kraken, but I feel like one weapon they might stick with is probably a backline, because we saw the Heavy doing really good in that game, being able to put down the wave breakers, get onto those areas, and just provide so much coverage. Because I feel like that's something that Kiwi lacked a little bit, is they didn't have enough range compared to everything else.
Yeah.
So with that Heavy playing so aggressive on certain angles, it's hard for them to really do anything.
Yeah, their Heavy got into really good positions to deal with Kiwi, not like stopping them from being able to move.
Definitely. I'm wondering if we might see a backliner come out from Kiwi this time, or we'll see something a little bit more aggressive to try and counter that, because Rainmaker is definitely one where you want to try and get in the enemy's face. You want to try and get those picks. You want to get them out of there and just defend at all costs. So Curious to see what we will see going into this one.
Dapples! Yeah!
Ooh, we do see the Dapples coming out, which is very interesting, but they do have Object Shredder, so they are going for that pop immediately, especially with those beacons. That's going to provide like a huge amount of support for them.
Yeah, I absolutely love Dapples. I'm very excited to see the gameplay in this match.
For sure, Dapples is, we see the Wiper getting a little aggressive there, trying to flank around on the Heavy, but unfortunately they are getting picked by the Heavy. We see the Blobber just trying to provide coverage. They're not able to pick up the Rainmaker just yet. We do see the Crab out, unfortunately sliding off the bridge. But are they going to be able to find a pick here? I don't believe they are, but the Dualies is getting very aggressive, but is able to get the trade, and that gives Kiwi the opportunity to pick up this Rainmaker and push it to the objective.
Yeah, that was a very nice trade. Ooh, and they blew up on it. Are they going to get a pick from that? Unfortunately not, but they should be able to get this pop.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be able to get the pop. Ooh, very good play from the Sloshing. They are able to get two there, both on the Heavy and the Splash. The Tetra does go down. This could be the push that Kiwi needs. They have such good opportunity, but they got to watch out for these strikes. They're going to try and stop it. Unfortunately, it does, but they're already down to a 20-point lead.
Yeah, that was a very good push from Kiwi. If they're able to defend for the rest of the game, they'll be able to win that. It'll be really hard for Ink to get that back.
Yeah, definitely. We do see the Tacticooler come out here. I feel like this is definitely going to provide a lot of advantages to this team. Oh my gosh, we see two go down from the Dapples. Very well played from them. Kiwi, like, that Dapple is just playing very well right now. We do see one go down. We do see the Slushy go down, unfortunately. They're trying to make a push here, but Kiwi not able to. Three go down on Kiwi. They're getting the Breakin taken down, and unfortunately that is basically a wipeout. But we do see the Slushy Machine get a jump in, so I don't know if they'll realize this.
Oh my god. Yeah, the Beacon's allowing Kiwi to push back into mid and pretty quickly to hold. Mid is very good. That was really good placement of them. Oh!
Oh, bit of an unfortunate drop, but so Ika Inc. will be able to break the barrier here. However, they will get taken out by the Dapples, trying to take the same route that Kiwi did to be able to get into those little choke areas. But I'm very curious to see what Kiwi will do to really bring this back, or how Ika will try and make a push here. But very good pick from the Heavy there onto the Rainmaker. We do see the Booyah coming in, and both teams are just trying to play very defensive right now.
I don't think Ink sees a flank on the right, so I'm very excited to see how that will go. Oh, that was really unfortunate. Sadly, the flank couldn't go well, and they ended up dying.
Yeah, unfortunately, the flank wasn't able to come out from the Wiper. The Sloshing Machine is going to be taken down along with the Dualies. But the Dualies, regardless, is still adding a lot of help because of those beacons. But we do see one go down from the... We do see the Wiper get a pick. Same with the Dualies here, who's getting very aggressive. Oh, but he takes the lead here!
I'm actually surprised that happened so quickly.
Definitely, that was...
Yeah, this will be really hard for Kiwi to get that back.
Yeah, Kiwi, like, they are going to have to make a huge push here. They're going to have to get basically a full team wipe. They're going to have to get aggressive here. Ooh, the Heavy falls into a bad area. The Wiper could potentially get the peeker, but unfortunately they're going to get pressured back. They're going to have to fall out and just push back into under their bridge, but they're watching right now. They could get the pick on the Heavy here. I don't think the Heavy realized that the Wiper just slipped past them.
Oh my god. Oh, the Wiper getting the crab? Very good.
Viper does have the hammer here, so they could pop that and push in. We do see two go down on Inka Inc., but we do see the Slushing Machine go down. We do see three go down, but the Tetris is able to get the pick. Unfortunately, losing the hammer. Are they going to be able to get over? Yeah, I believe they will, but the Tetris is providing so much cover fire. Unfortunately, they do. Unfortunately, Kiwi falls, but they are trying to get very aggressive. The Reefs are coming in, able to get the pick. It's just Inka Inc. playing perfect defense right here.
They're having a heavy is really good for defending because of how short range Kiwi's range is. So the heavy getting into good placements is really important right now.
Definitely. Just like we saw there, if you're not able to get the heavy off of points like that when you're trying to make a huge push, it's definitely going to lead you to losing out on momentum because you're going to have to make sure that they get out of there. But we do see one go down from Ika Inc. from the Wiper, but unfortunately the Wiper is taken down with a trade. We're gonna have to see Kiwi. They do have the Rainmaker here, but the Heavy is barely just barely able to avoid it. Unfortunately, they do get taken down. This might be the end of the push, but they're gonna have to stay alive. We just said, unfortunately, they're not able to get the pop.
Yeah, if they took their time with that push, that they might have been able to get that back, though. That it would have been still really hard to get, which was really unfortunate.
Yeah, that was definitely like very well played from Ika Inc. I'm still surprised that they got that little surprise score lead there. So very well played from them. I believe that was the Tetra just getting very aggressive on them. So very well played from them.
Yeah. The next map will be Cramblitz on Magomar. So they'll probably get the Crocon back in, which would be very interesting to watch.
I feel like we will probably see a Crocon.
Oh, they won. Never mind. It's best of 3.
My apologies. I forgot that.
My bad.
Yep. It's all good though.
Yeah.
But yeah, regardless, well played from Ika Inc. taking the set 2-0. So I am definitely very happy with how all games went. Ika Inc. played that very well, but Kiwi Ice Cream definitely held their own and played very well with both teams there.
Yeah, even though they couldn't win, I really enjoyed seeing the Crack-On and Dapples. I absolutely love watching gameplay of those weapons.
Definitely. Just seeing every weapon play, especially like seeing more Wiper play along with Tetra, it's just like, it's very exciting. But with that being said, that will be our time to go. If you guys would like to follow me, feel free to follow me on Twitter at JakingCasts.
Same for me at Aerospray.
And with that, we will be sending it to a break to get ready for top 8.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're going to be getting into our quarterfinals match here. We've got a matchup against Carinthia versus Arrowhead. My name is Toma. I'm going to be one of your commentators today, and in just a little bit, Lucky is going to be back on mic here with us tonight. We have a good map going into here. We're going to be starting off on Splat Zones. On Brine Springs, a little bit, of a long-range favored map. You can see E-Leaders, Z and F, Explo are some great picks here. C-Jet even, maybe, that can kind of like hold control, contest some of this zone, and really hold everything down. And I know that we're going to be looking into those options quite a bit here. We have Carinthia, who did a great job in our last match of Gold Bracket, going against Squid EST, getting the quick 2-0 there to advance here to semifinals. Arrowhead versus Squid Sushi wrapped up with Arrowhead getting a nice 2-1 there, taking actually the lead from Squid Sushi and knocking them out in overtime. I saw a little bit of that match happening going on a different stream. One of their team members was streaming that, and both of these teams are very good. We have Carinthia. Carinthia meant one of our very own from the Ink Up staff members, a very good, solid player. On the other hand, Arrowhead, a great team, was Ludi Division 8 during this season 13. Made up of great players, and they're a team that we've seen with a lot of improvement happening since the end of Ludi season 13. We've seen them time and time again in from the Ink Up. I believe we've seen the appearances from them in Little Squid League and Low Ink as well. I believe kind of starting to make a name for themselves and really putting themselves up there as a team that is very competitive and has a great time making these gold and top brackets in these tournaments. We should be getting into the match here pretty shortly. Like I said, Splat Zones, Brine Water, long range heavy map. It's got a lot of interesting options. It's got that kind of left hand drop that you can go into, try to get a flank around. You don't have that rail as an exit option that you have on Clam Blitz, but still one of the more viable of the two map modes on Brine Water, since you kind of get out of that. I like to say it's comparable to the Umami in a way that it has a lower left-hand drop, but I think what makes it better here is it's so fast to get out of. You're not stuck in there forever. There's not only one exit option. Even without that rail, you have the exit right by your side or the longer way over to the opponent ramp. That makes it a lot more viable for different types of play. Of course, Crab loves to see its use on this map as well. We'll see how many Crabs come out. A little bit of a nerf to Crab in this new season, or this new patch. I'm sorry, not season. But we're getting underway right now, going into the game. We've got Arrowhead and Carinthia coming out. We see the E-Leader coming out on both sides. That's that long-range matchup that is going to be happening. And of course, we do see Crab coming out as well as both sides. I want to say the interesting choice here in this Tri-Slosher demo here, too. A very aggro option that's going to be able to provide that tactical lure and help its team move a lot faster in these opening pushes. You can already see it getting that early trade. 3 down now on the side of Arrowhead, as Carinthia is holding this zone pretty early. And they're going to be taking a lead here, still going further into Arrowhead's base here. You've got this Crab out in a fantastic position to try to keep pressure as you have another member of Carinthia there. You see already up in the base, the Dually Sculptures getting pick after pick here. 3 still down on the side of Arrowhead as this timer just keeps ticking and ticking and ticking. The strikes are going to come out, further delaying Arrowhead's ability to come out. Finally, they're going to have a Crab online with their first opportunity to really be able to break back out of base here, but they need to be able to find these picks to stay alive. There's 1 down now on the side of Carinthia. They're going to be trying to come into this zone as fast as they can, forcing that Crab team down. You see here that they may be able to get control of the zone here. They're able to at least neutralize it as they desperately try to put Ink down on the field, and they are going to be able to flip it. I think a 69 penalty on the side of Carinthia. Arrowhead now geared up to be able to make their first push of the game. we'll see them kind of mirroring what Corinthia did there, trying to get into that elbow. Not as successfully there, already going down. Mint doing a great job getting some snipes there. Now going to back up to more of this cover. Stick on this side, see if they can get a pick on Cloud there, which they do. Great pick there from Mint, and second pick there. And now they're going to try to look if they can find a third. They don't quite get it, but they are going to force the members of Arrowhead back, and it looks like this is probably going to be the zone. Flipping back in favor of Corinthia. That was a excellent push there by Arrowhead, but not quite enough to take it all the way to 10. We're going to see now strikes coming out on to Arrowhead's base as Corinthia tries to move in, create the same situation they did before. Arrowhead not wanting to go down quite as easily, but Pyro there gonna get a great pick. It goes down now to Arrowhead. Arrowhead staying alive in this, but they've got to find a way back in. The timer is ticking down, about 30 counts left now on that penalty. Mint set up to defend their zone. Here you see Cherry drop into the side, trying to make quick use of that, but is shut down by Pyro. Right now, they're going to be moving around, trying to hold this zone. Still 13 points left on this timer. They're going to be eating through the rest of their penalty right now. And it looks like this could potentially be a knockout here. Iron's Cloud tries to go in, but is stopped by Corinthia. And there's the final wipeout, and that is going to be game 1 going to Arrowhead. Okay, and then we're going to be... I think Elemental here going to be jumping into the mic here with me for just a minute. El, how are you doing?
I am tired of my mind, but I'm glad to be here back on the mic, I think. Anyways, I tabbed in to that match halfway through just to see Mint with an amazing E-leader play, getting that nice double that got that lockout. But I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, right on that right-hand side, like on that window, Mint was really popping off there.
Streamer, right, to break it to you, did Arrowhead win?
No, that was Corinthia.
Yeah, Corinthia taking that one.
Corinthia taking that quick, that fast.
Hey God, can we swap that number around? There we go. Alright, Corinthia, 1-0 in the lead. This is a best of 3 for gold, yeah.
Wahoo, yes. And now we're going to be getting ready to go into our second game. Our second map, sorry. Here it's gonna be Tower Control Hagglefish Market. El, what do you think of this stage?
I think this is going to be the slowest match we will watch on From the Ink Up tonight. We got 2 extremely talented E-leader players on Hagglefish Market, which will be a sight to see for sure. Just those 2 backlines can control so much space on Hagglefish, it's really insane. Kind of busted, to be honest.
It sure does, you know. I'm a E-leader main myself, and I love to sit up on that little tent area and make sure that the tower never gets to the first checkpoint. It's kind of my hobby to do on this map. I love to deny people from doing anything that they want to be able to do. As far as the team comps go, though, we kind of saw Corinthia there kind of keep a very dominant lockout of Arrowhead's base. What kind of comp changes or what kind of like different change in coordination do you think we need to see from Arrowhead for them to be able to break that and take the space that they need to be able to move this tower?
Okay, hear me out, right? I tabbed in like a third through the match, so I didn't see the whole thing, right? But what I noticed from Arrowhead is they got that dually sculpture and they've got that E-leader, and it's going to be double wave breaker. It's super hard to push out, and plus that cooler, it might be a little bit difficult, so maybe they might need a strike or a booyah, something, just a little more aggression to be able to, you know, push. And they got a splashing machine. Splatoon 3.
You know, that exactly how Splatoon 3 moment. We do see, actually, though, they're going to be dropping the E-leader in favor of the Rapid Deco there, which is definitely a interesting pick. Not bad, I think, though, with the Torpedo being able to combo pretty well with it.
Yeah, not a bad pick at all. I mean, for Hagglefish, it might be a little bit difficult without that E-leader support, but, you know, they're making it work. That Crab Tank and that Whale Bomb coming out, taking a lot of space, and that Crab's going for that top right, which is really important to keep that so they can break this first checkpoint.
Yep, and it looks like they're going to be cruising through it pretty uncontested. Ultra up here applying nice pressure. That is eventually going to go down. Somebody was able to sneak behind them. Pyro getting a great splat, and now going to be kind of rushing in behind the tower to take picks off of that, popping that Crab Tank, and clearing Arrowhead completely out of mid. You know, I thought that was a little bit of a fast play but the rest of their team members took out the people behind them, and now it really worked to getting them space a lot faster than they could.
Yeah, alright, and now we see, so because of Pyro's nice play with those dualies, I'm not gonna, Mint's team gets the push up here. Using that as Tri-Strike, and, you know, now that Elir gets going down. Okay. I'm not a commentator, man, but popcorn to the left.
Oh, you're good. Arrowhead putting a quick stop there to Corencia's push, shutting it down at the first checkpoint without it breaking. Geo here on the side. No one quite sees them yet. Gonna see if they can kind of sneak in and get a pick here. But it looks like now Arrowhead is noticing them coming back around. Gonna pop that Booyah Bomb, see what they can do to try to clear some space in front of that tower. It does get a nice pick. 2 down now on the side of Arrowhead as Corencia gears up. This time, hopefully, to take that first checkpoint.
Yeah, and Corencia's got that crab at the ready, so they can come out. Yeah, alright, they pop that crab, and it's gonna be able to get them that first check with relative ease. Maybe even get them the second one. They've really got Arrowhead just pushed out here. It doesn't seem like they can, you know, find their footing to get out of their spawn to go down to something. And they got that Tri-Slash and tower. Maybe they could stall for a little bit, but unfortunately the machine takes them down, and that's gonna be 2 down for them again. And Corencia's down past that second checkpoint, already approaching the third.
Yeah, that was great coordination there between that Booyah Bomb and those Tri-Strikes to flush out Arrowhead. The full wipe happens, but they need to turn. They don't have anybody there to go on the tower. You know, Mint didn't jump in. I don't blame Mint. Mint is a E-leader. So that is going to be, you know, a little bit of a saved game for Arrowhead as they have a little bit more time left. You know, they're not able to close it out there, but they've got to play very careful because if Corencia could do that again, I'm sure they're not going to make the same mistake twice. And now a great snipe there, I believe, by Mint. Yep, on to that member of Arrowhead, but 3 specials online for Arrowhead. Corencia needs to play this safe and make sure that they're not just going to walk forward into those. Yep, there goes that Inkjet, that first one coming up, but the Booyah Bomb is going to be responsible for picking the Inkjet out of the air. 1 down on each side now. Geo going to be trying to come around on the machine. Yeah, they're going to see what they can get. They're going to throw out those fizzy bombs, try to poke at Cherry there on the side. Tri-Slosh coming around. The Geo still sees them. The machine gets a great pick there onto Cherry. Going to be forcing this tower forward. You can see the big fight there on the left-hand side, resulting in 1 going down from Arrowhead. That T-Tech going to be taking advantage of that to try to make space forward. Just a minute left in this game, and we see Corencia playing a very dominant hold of this mid.
Yeah, whoever got that pick on that splash, that might have just given, you know, Corencia a huge advantage and might even be the game. That splash had the crab ready, and that would have been like, huge on defense. But they've lost that, and now they're getting locked out once again. They're 1 down still, that machine's coming back. Like, rapid, I think, coming back.
Yep, and they're going to be underneath this kind of tent area on the left-hand side. The E-leader going down, but the T-Tech still over here fighting. It's a pick on to Arrowhead, still staying alive, still up. That T-Tech still fighting. Around this corner, trying to come down onto Cloud, gets the pick there. 2 down now on the side of Arrowhead. That was a great fight from Port there. They're going to be moving forward. They don't even need to take the tower at this point. Corencia knowing, hey, we don't need to push this. We can all just move forward, lock out if we want to. 10 seconds left in this game. They've got the Booyah at the ready. They've got the Strikes coming in, and they're going to throw that at the tower with just 3, 2, 1 left, and that is going to be game. Corencia taking the 2-0.
Yeah, Corencia realized that they got 20 seconds left on the clock. All they got to do is just time them out, get their GG strike, the GG Booyah, get them off that tower, and that's all they had to do. And they did it. That was just clean by them. After that lockout, they just never really managed to get their foothold back in mid. So it was extremely well played by Corencia in those 2 games.
Absolutely, and we'll be going to a quick, short break as we get ready for the semifinals. Thanks, Elemental, for taking a quick break onto mic here with me, and we'll be back very soon for that match, and we'll have Lucky on the mic with me.
Goodbye!
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're getting ready for our semi-finals match here in the gold bracket. Once again, my name is Toma, and I'm joined on the mic by Lucky. Lucky, how are you doing?
I am doing great today. Thank you for asking. And how are you doing today?
Doing absolutely fantastic. We have a great matchup here, Calamity versus Trip Hazard. Both teams have fought long and hard to get here to semifinals in gold bracket here tonight. Both of them, it looks like they went 2-0 in their quarterfinals matchup, so taking a pretty clean sweep of their last enemies. They're going to be going into, I believe it's Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge as our first map mode, seeing what these teams are going to be bringing to the table. On the side of the Calamity, we see the Junior Brush, Z and F, and Junior, or Splash or Junior, I don't remember which one Brush, that's the one I forgot. And then on the side of Trip Hazard, we've got the Double Splash Machine, and topping it off with a Crack-On Roller.
I am very excited to see this Crack-On Roller. Crack-On Roller is definitely one of my favorite weapons, and this is definitely a great map for like Scorch Gorge. We can already see that the Sniper is just trying to get some good plays, while we see that the Slashing Machine and Roller is hiding in the corner. We see the Brush gets a nice double kill and gets that nice trade.
Yep, that Brush gonna go down, or that, sorry, not Brush, Roller gonna go down, and now the members of Calamity are going to be making up this clam economy pretty fast, pushing up here into this ramp. They're going to be dunking a power clam already, retreating to that bubble to try to get a little bit of safety, but it looks like they may not be able to score any more off of that, just breaking, getting 80 and leaving, being forced back now as Trip Hazard pushes pretty fast and takes this mid area. You already see Yuma here going up onto the snipe, popping that grab, taking up a lot of space in their base, turning around, seeing the one in elbow, fighting there and trying to pick them off. Doesn't quite find the pick, but they've got that basket open and they're able to throw some clams in and extend that lead past 80. The Brush going down in that trade there is going to be great for Calamity to continue their push. 4 clams still at the ready there to be thrown in. It looks like they are going to opt a top crab and try to extend their use of this space, but with the other crab coming out, it looks like that might have been a little bit of a wasted special as they're forced to back up, jump out, and they're not really able to continue that push with that crab.
We see that Calamity was able to have a great way to just try to defend themselves as much, while we did see that Trip Hazard was able to throw in a lot. Calamity Kari, which is the Brush, is hiding in, trying to protect their football, and their football is playing a little bit back, you know, trying to be as careful again with a nice pass to just, you know, create some space for them. And we see that Trip Hazard is just trying to keep them as far away as possible.
Yep, and we're going to see Tree here going to go up on that mid area, try to get some control down, but we see the crab already coming out on the side of Trip Hazard, and now Tree responding with a crab of their own, but 2 down, notice, on the side of Calamity right now. It seems that something's gone wrong in this fight. Tree going to be caught out in that end lag of the crab. And that's going to be Trip Hazard taking back this space. You got Plague with that power clam, but it's worth noting now, you know, you probably actually don't want your Crack-On Roller to be the one with the clam. We've had the recent change to the Kraken special, where it is going to drop its clams whenever it pops its special. So you may want to pass that off to try to use that Kraken to start your push and to jump in with the clams. But they're going to be forced to back up regardless to their elbow over there, as you see this Sniper try to take a little bit of aggressive position there in mid and start pushing into Trip Hazard's base. You've got all these clams on the side of Trip Hazard, but they're so far back right now. Yuma drops, trying to maybe see if they can get a flank, but is going to be picked off. That's 2 down on the side of Trip Hazard. Now Calamity needs to find the way to get this basket open. They get it open, and they have some clams on their splash, but they need to find the way in. They make the power, but it doesn't look like they're going to get it up fast enough.
How unfortunate. Calamity was right there. They still seem... We see that Trip Hazard seems to be in a lead of 44. We see that Price sadly dies to an unsuspecting bomb from Kari. Amazing bomb throw. We see that this Brush has been able to play very, you know, he's very aggressive and making sure that they can just push him back as far as they can. We see Yuma coming out with the crab tank. Wow, and while he splash throws out another crab tank. This has been a lot of crabs in this game.
Yep, you know, you've got those crab nerves, but it's not enough to stop Crab from showing up. And you got a great play from that brush there. A full wipe onto Calamity, to Trip Hazard as Calamity takes this game. You saw those points of vaporize off that scoreboard on that full wipe, and that's just the thing. If you have that clam economy in your favor and you can get a wipe onto the other team, it can be absolutely devastating. And Calamity coming through and showing their power there. That brush, God, what an excellent play.
That was an amazing play by the brush. We seen that he was able to just swim all in and make sure that he could get a nice, I think that was a triple, and his team was able to just, follow right behind them and throwing that football and just keep throwing clams in. We seen those points just absolutely disappear immediately. That was an amazing game to watch, and that was a great comeback by Calamity.
Absolutely. And now we're going to be gearing up for our second game. We're going to go into Splat Zones on Mako Mart. Tell me a little bit what you think about this map. Lucky, what do you like about it? What do you think the strategy is on it?
I absolutely love Mako Mart. It's probably one of my favorite maps coming from 2, and I'm glad to see that it's back. And to see that, let's see, which map are we? I'm bad. To see tower control. Oh, Splat Zones. To see Splat Zones on Mako Mart is very fun to see. That's definitely one of my favorite modes to play on that map.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what both teams are going to be bringing to the table here. Crab is a great special on this map, and we saw a lot of them in that last match as they can kind of sit up onto those stacks and apply a whole lot of pressure. I'm interested to see also how Trip Hazard is gonna respond there. They're gonna have to learn to play a little bit more carefully, not get wiped out like that they did to Calamity at the end of that match, because if you get wiped out on zones, you're giving the enemy free space to just come on into your base. I think more than any mode, Splat Zones is one of the ones that you have to be very careful about wiping.
We see, but a brush is also a really great weapon to be playing on this, and we do see that double splash, but we see that instead of 2 vanilla splashes, we have a tri-string, or we have a Splash-O-Matic Neo, which is very good for a mode like Splat Zones. With those triple ink strikes can come very in handy. And we see that Yuma is already pulling it up, and Team Trip Hazard already taking control and getting 2 kills immediately.
Yeah, but Calamity doing a great job in already trying to hold control of this zone in retaliation. You've got 2 down now on the side of Trip Hazard there. Calamity coming back into this with tri-strikes of their own. Trying to pick off that beacon. Looks like it's not quite breaking. Finally finding it. You see a member trying to go up on that stack, but the Crack-On Roller is able to defend them as Calamity tries to shoot up there at them. But now 2 down on the side of Calamity again. Plague here going to be underneath this side of the snipe as they're going to be poking up over that ledge, trying to prevent their players from coming in. And now you see again over here on the side of this ledge here, you're going to have the machine there just applying a lot of pressure. And this is, that scary kind of lockout situation that can happen on Mako Mart. There's so many ledges, and we have stuff like a machine, you have a Crack-On Roller that can just poke over ledges. It's really easy to threaten that space. Yuma kind of just back here farming for tri-strikes to keep them out. The Crab does go down, and that's going to be finally zone flipping back over in favor of Calamity. 19 points left on the board for Trip Hazard. That was a really solid push.
This is definitely why this is one of my favorite maps, because I am personally a roller main, so just being able to peek over nice edges with a roller is just extremely fun for me to do, and a great way to get kills. We see that Snow was able to get a great kill, but sadly dies to the triple ink strike. After the triple ink strike buff, it is now but you will die very fast from how much damage it does, even just being on the edge of it. You see a big bubble come back, and we also see Plant is backing up, making some more space for them to be able to do more snipes. We see that Trip Hazard now currently has control over zone with the triple ink strike coming in very much in handy for Trip Hazard.
Yes, it does, and you hear that Kraken being popped as Plague is going to be here trying to find some picks if they can onto the members of Calamity. It looks like they are. They're going to be extending this lead. just a little bit here. They're going to be trying to eat through the rest of this penalty, and this is going to be a great opportunity for them to do so. You see now that it's gone ahead and they've got that penalty down, they're counting down, it's just 10 counts left on this timer. Plague here on this roller just going to be threatening anybody else that is coming into that zone, and that is going to be Trip Hazard taking the second game with quite a commanding brilliance.
That was a great game by Trip Hazard. We now currently see a 1-2-1 match, which is very fun because now we get to go over to the third map and just, which is going to be, this third map is going to be, hold on, give me a second. This third map is going to be Tower Control on Sturgeon Shipyard, which is very interesting because Sturgeon is a very good map for modes like Clam Blitz or Splat Zones, but for Tower Control, it's the tower is usually a little bit stubby compared to the normal ones, which is always very funny to see.
Yes, it absolutely is. And I'm over here checking something on the side because someone seems a little bit familiar on this team to me, and I want to make sure I am saying the right thing before I go ahead and make a statement that is not true. But I believe that the roller that we kept kind of talking about, Plague, that we saw kind of just wreaking havoc time and time again there, was actually a player that we saw in Fable, which is the Free Agent Battle League, and it actually, yes, it is Plague. We saw them do a really great run last Fable, coming out in first in that qualifying event. So that's how I was like, I noticed this player. I was like, I see them. I'm like, they have the crack on roller. I think it's the same Plague. It is the same Plague. I've watched this person now pop up 2 weekends in a row.
It is very fun to see just roller lanes going amazing. Roller is definitely a great weapon for either just, great range or just great damage. It's just a well-rounder all the way, and I love seeing other people playing it and realizing its potential in mode and just really good modes like Tower Control and Clam Blitz and Splat Zones too. Which I'm very excited to see Plague playing on Tower Control, because this is definitely going to be one of their best modes while playing roller.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be, and I've got to think about, like, they're 1-1 now, right, in this situation, and you've got to think about what these teams are going to do to stay alive here. Tower Control is a little bit of a different mode than the other two. You can't really necessarily rely on that Kraken now to cheese like you could before, since you have the increased knockback on Kraken. So you're gonna have to move forward. And I think that this map in particular really lends itself to buckets, lends itself to rollers when you poke over all these ledges here. And I think that Trip Hazard, their comp, may be giving them a little bit of the upper hand here.
We definitely see that sniper will be deadly on a map like Tower Control, or on a mode like Tower Control, because, it's very hard to stay on tower, especially when you have that scary, sniper line just pointing at you all the time. But, if you can just manage to push up to them, like how Snow is doing right now, it's easy to just get rid of the snipers immediately. We see Snow gets one, and pulls out the crab tank, gets ready to get that super jump. But sadly couldn't get them in time. And actually gets them with the bomb throw. Amazing play by Snow.
And yet Snow I don't even know if you noticed, but Snow got into that bubble across the grates and was able to wreak havoc. Now you have Plague on this Krakon, just creating a ton of space in this base. It's already through the third checkpoint. You've only got one down on the side of Trip Hazard, and just all this bloodbath going around. It's finally down just to the Machine, who jumped out, but 14, all the way down to 14 in a minute. That is an amazing push.
We seen that Splash-O-Matic Neo was able to just keep getting kills and kills. We see that Snow was just really good at being able to, not Neo, sorry, the regular Splash-O-Matic is really good at just being able to push in. As we see right now, trying to get rid of one that has a teammate come in assist them. And we also currently see that no one's on tower because they really don't need to be when they have an amazing lead of 14.
Yes, they sure do. And now See Calamity here on this side. The tower is pushed a little bit towards their side, returning back towards mid, but they don't really have the mid control. It's still very neutral there. They're gonna have to try to win that fight, but that's where we've seen time and time again Trip Hazard winning the fights, and you see that those strikes and this Kraken are now coming in. We see that Calamity is just utilizing very well their specials and coordinating them together. Play getting a great pick there, looking to try to get a pick on the Charger too, but all the rest of Calamity comes down, converges on them, and says, hey, we're not gonna let you do that again. But if you notice, still all the ink, all the pressure is going for Trip Hazard right now. Calamity hasn't been able to push this tower past mid. They're still at 99, and Trip Hazard is just running the pace of this game at the moment.
We see that Trip Hazard is just, being the boss of how this game is going to go. We see that they're not letting Calamity just get out of their base, which is amazing to see. We love to see the control. We also see that Trees manages to get a pick off of the Splash-O-Matic, taking down their triple ink strike, taking down their crab tank. And we see that Yuma is pulling out the triple ink strike, which is amazing to see. And will he manage to get the kill, or will they manage to get the kill on here? And we see that the assist coming from Snow.
Yep, and now Yuma gonna be picking off a teammate that went back to go fight somebody who had gone forward. I think they were protecting Snow there. Plague underneath that, gonna jump out, but gets a beacon in, just maybe provide some cheeky jumps into Calamity's base. But this tower is rolling along. The Kraken's gonna come out, the Booyah's gonna come out, the Tri-Strikes are gonna come out. It looks like Trip Hazard is going for the knockout here. You've got Plague on this roller, distracting them here on the back side, trying to create this space. The bubble comes out on the tower to protect it, and it looks like that is finally going to be Trip Hazard evicted from the base, but not before they extend that lead to 8 remaining.
That was a great wipeout by Calamity. They were able to use that bubble efficiently and make sure that they could just get rid of Trip Hazard. We see that Plant is just now, trying to scare off Trip Hazard a little bit, so that at least someone can be on the tower with a lead of 86 right now, and the Crab Tank on tower. If the Kraken can't be on the tower, then the Crab Tank might as well. We see Play gets rid of that Crab Tank, but sadly dies in the process.
Yep, they sure do. And now you got Calamity in control of that tower, trying to, as I say that, the commentator's curse. Calamity now loses control of that tower. Just the Charger up, gonna be forced to jump out there as they're on the respawn. This now, you have to play your cards exactly right. There's 30 seconds left on the clock. There's going to be one more chance for Calamity to be able to push this, and you've got to be so aggressive in this. You've got to be forward. You have to get the kills, because you see that Splash Neo, the Tri-Strikes are online, and that can easily just end the tower in overtime. Snow in a great position there, defending the tower with that Crab Tank, being pushed away by all that burst damage. The Crab Tank and the bubble coming out from Calamity, trying to find the space that they need to be able to get this push, but they can't find that splash. That splash right here, gonna be the key to this game. And there go the Tri-Strikes. There are the GG Tri-Strikes. You've got Plague on that roller, the Booyah Bomb coming out, and that is gonna be the game for Trip Hazard, who is now taking this to match point.
We definitely have seen that nerf coming on Kraken very efficiently. If you've seen at that last couple of seconds, we see that as soon as that Kraken was hit by that Tri-Strike on tower, they went flying almost off the map and almost died at the last couple of seconds, but managed to survive. But that was also a great game by Trip Hazard. They were able to use their Crab Tanks and their Choice Strings very, very efficiently to just keep Calamity away from that tower and get an amazing lead of 8 to 86.
Yeah, and that's such a domineering game, and I have to say, Trip Hazard has been showing that time and time again. You saw in that Clams game, they held the lead for most of the match, and then Calamity got the wipe at the end, which was exactly what they needed to win that game. They coordinated well there. But then, once you go into spot zones, you saw that, Calamity, while not just feeding into Trip Hazard, I want to say, they were struggling to keep up with the pace that Trip Hazard was setting. And I think we saw the same thing happen here. And I'm just wondering, at this point, what do you think needs to change to Calamity? What in their comp, what in their coordination do they need to do now to be able to win this game, take this to 2-2, and try to stay alive in tonight's bracket?
Well, we see that we are going on to Rainmaker D. Alfonso, so I definitely believe that that Sniper on Calamity may have to just be swapped out, because Snipers on Rainmaker is usually never the best decision, because you need all of your team to be able to help you to be able to push into the enemy's team. For Calamity, they also might want to maybe think about bringing a Kraken or a Crab Tank to also counter, that triple Ink Strike and Crab Tank that Trip Hazard seems to be running pretty often.
Yeah, for sure. And like you said, Rainmaker, although I do have to say, like, the one constellation that this has here is the fact that it's a museum. And I think snipers can work here simply because it's museum, and museum is such a sniper map. If you have your sniper carry the Rainmaker, you can kind of deal a little bit with the lack of aggression from that specific weapon, but they have to make sure, hey, as soon as we're ready to go, if we take that sniper, they have to pick up immediately. They've got to be going immediately. We can't have time wasted, especially like with museum. You have that first checkpoint so close to mid, it's so easy to just jump across. And we're actually going to see the V-scope coming out on the side of Calamity. Interesting pick there. It looks like they're, instead of being the Rainmaker carrier, are going to be opting to try to use that ink vac to escort their Rainmaker. But we need to make sure that they're playing fast enough to get up there and get with their team to carry that. They're going to be vying for control around middle right now. Calamity does seem to have a little bit of the early control of mid, but we do see a Crab Tank already coming out on the side of Trip Hazard, automatically going to be flipping that control in favor of Trip Hazard. They're going to be putting a lot of pressure onto that Black Yuma on this Rainmaker drop down. Gonna see where they're gonna go with this, whether they're gonna opt to go right or through the middle. Right now they're dipping and dodging, trying to get around those tri-strikes though, just throwing Rainmaker blobs to create space and try to get Calamity to back up. The machine over here fighting on the right hand side goes down. The Rainmaker picks them off, but the brush now goes and finds that Rainmaker. A little bit too slow of a play there by Trip Hazard. Calamity was able to kind of just wait it out, find the right spot to jump in on that Rainmaker, and now they're going to get some control here. You saw that Crab Tank go down to the Killer Whale, and they're going to be holding this space right now. It looks like vying for a reset at the moment until they can get some more solid picks.
You see that Calamity was definitely going for the reset, as you said, but we still see that Trip Hazard seems to just be able to take control at whenever they want to. They now have the Rainmaker, but I think one of them died with it, and now Calamity is popping bubble, but still have not taken Rainmaker yet. They have been very slow when it comes to taking Rainmaker. I think they're arguing over who should take it, or if they're trying to go for the reset, or maybe just even try to get some mid control so that they can be able to, just push in very, very fast.
Yep, absolutely. And like you said, I think you're exactly right. Their pushes are a lot slower right now than Trip Hazard's. And while Trip Hazard's, they don't have a solid push together. They have points on the board, but finally, Calamity going to be picking up that Rainmaker, shooting some shots on to Trip Hazard. But you notice they're already 2 down, and that's just the Rainmaker up. Now Calamity is going to be able to punish that, fall onto that, and just pick them off. They're going to be in a really great spot to try to get some points off of this, as that Booyah Bomb comes out. They're going to be taking up this ramp, and they're probably going to be able to get the first dunk there, and they do.
We definitely see that Calamity is arguing over who should take it, because if the Junior takes it, they don't have a bubble, and if their Sniper takes it, they don't have an ink vac, and so they're just not sure who should be able to take Rainmaker, because they all just, whenever they pop it, they just run away. I personally think that if they shouldn't pop it immediately, because there could be the chance that Trip Hazard just one of them could run in, grab it, and just keep going, which is very, very dangerous to happen.
Yeah, even more dangerous now that that first checkpoint has fallen. They're not going to have to break it again to be able to continue their score. And you already see this Kraken out on the base, just creating a lot of havoc. Going to be trying to find a pick onto that brush there, but is picked off by their Sniper. You've got Trip Hazard in control of the Rainmaker once again. The Crab Tank coming out to try to create some space for it. It's going to clear some space. The Rainmaker going to go down here, but an impressive push to 24 now with just a minute 44 seconds remaining on the clock.
You see that Calamity keeps popping the bubble, but not taking it, which is what I've seen multiple times this game has been their mistake. They just keep popping it, and then Trip Hazard just runs in and takes it, and they don't know what to do. If they shouldn't be able to pop it if they don't know who's gonna take it yet.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. And now here Trip Hazard taking advantage of this space on the right-hand side to get up under here. Snow popping this crab. Maybe a little bit of a wasted special since they're not going to be able to fire it, but definitely forces members of Calamity to fire at them and just kind of kills some time off the clock. And you know, at this point, that's all Trip Hazard needs to do. They don't need necessarily the most value out of their specials, they just need to stall time, and that's exactly what that did there. 50 seconds remaining on this clock, but now it's 2 down for Trip Hazard. They're going to be able to pick up this Rainmaker and run it straight across here, but those shots are going to stop them from making that jump. That Crab Tank kind of clutching that there and stopping the checkpoint from falling. The bubble there onto the Rainmaker shield, but it isn't going to be enough to protect it. Trip Hazard is going to get control of that Rainmaker space once again. Calamity kind of zipping around, or playing around it right now, seeing what they can do. 22 seconds left remaining. They're going to have to make a decision here whether they pick it up or let it reset. Looks like they're going to choose to let it reset. But now here's where they have to pick it up. They've gotta move with this, and that Crab Tank is coming out. Already 1 down, and it looks like a second maybe down on this Crab Tank. No, Lives takes out the Crab Tank. You got all the members of Calamity up, but you notice one of them so far back in that roller behind them and the Crab Tank in front of them, there was nowhere for them to go. And that is going to be Trip Hazard taking the set 3-1 and advancing to Grand Finals.
I'm very proud of Trip Hazard, and I'm hoping that once they get in the grand finals, they maybe might even be able to win the whole tournament themselves. But I'm very proud of Calamity. They were able to do such a good job during the first round, and they had a great just comeback in the first round. But Trip Hazard just managed to play a little bit different than Calamity, and they managed to get the 3 wins.
Wow, what an amazing game there. We're going to be seeing them go very shortly to their gold bracket grand finals match against Octopi, but that is going to be just a quick little break for us as we get some things sorted behind the scene. We hope you will be tuning in with us very shortly. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're ready for grand finals here tonight. We have Octopi, a returning fan favorite who we've seen in grand finals, I think twice now, and Trip Hazard, who we just saw, tripping up the competition last round. Are you ready to get into this, Lucky?
Yes, I am very excited for this. This is going to be a great match. Seeing Trip Hazard again. I've definitely started to like Trip Hazard. I've loved seeing their games, and I love watching them play.
Yes, absolutely. They've got brilliant teamwork, great special coordination, and Octopi is another really great, well-coordinated team. We've seen them time and time here again, making excellent runs here at From the Ink Up. And we're going to be getting ready going into round one. Our game is going to be Splat Zones on Hagglefish Market. Tell me a little bit about this map, Lucky. What do you like on it? What do you think we'll see out of these teams?
Hagglefish Market is definitely a more sniper heavy sided map, so I'm definitely expected to see at least one sniper or maybe even a ruler, because this is also a great flank map.
Yeah, it definitely can be. And I'm interested to see how it's gonna go though with the comps though. Because from Trip Hazard, we really didn't necessarily see a lot of backline play coming out, so we may see really fast base comps happening here again, and you may see a lot of threatening plays, especially out of that machine, out of that Kraken, that have been coming out time and time again and winning those fights for them. They got that deadly double splash action, and especially strikes can make a huge difference on tower control. We are going to see a little bit of more conventional backline coming out in that heavy splat lane. Tato going to come out with the E-leader on the side of Octopi. So we do see a little bit more standard comps. We don't see strikes out on, I believe that's either side. Neither side's going to run strikes here in, oh, this is zones. Why am I thinking this is TC? TC is, zones is fine. You can run strikeless comps. But we're going to see a first early cap going over to the side of Octopi. That Wiper doing a great job getting some space cleared, those bombs being thrown out, and Tato living pretty comfortably here in the bubble. But they're going to be taking down. There's a jump there in the zone from Trip Hazard that's going to be picked off as well, and that's 2 down. And the timer's going to keep ticking for Octopi.
This is we see that Trip Hazard is struggling a little bit. We also see that Trip Hazard seems to be running a splat lane, which is very fun to see. We see that the Octopi still seems to have over cap, while the splat lane is just trying to create as much space as he can, with a wave breaker coming out and a stamper. Ooh, almost hitting that splat lane. The splat lane gets a kill, and that's another kill by the crab tank, and they're just ready to cap, and they cap it.
Yep, and now Trip Hazard finally going to be in control of this zone for the first time in this game. And now we're going to see them try to move forward, try to clear out some of this space. But Tato here on the side getting a great pick there to stop that heavy splat lane from moving forward. Going to get a second pick here. This is, the back line's job is to set up and punish overextensions, and Tato doing an excellent job on that. But the Kraken going to come in here and try to see if it can find a pick, stall out some time on the side of Trip Hazard, but they're not going to be able to find it. Just the heavy splat lane up, and that's going to give Octopi a lot of time to eat through that penalty.
This is Octopi has been doing very good on making sure that they just keep cap over splat zones, which is very, very nice to see. We see a crab tank coming out from Trip Hazard, creating some space, hitting Tato over again, but just Tato has not died yet, and we see that Yuma is just trying to get rid of that big bubbler, and the big bubbler goes, and with that wave breaker also being very helpful.
Yep, and you see that Kraken trying to come in, but now you are maybe a little bit too late, as Octopi has already eaten through that penalty. There's 5 counts left on the zone, but there we go. Plague clutching it up once again with those kills, gonna find what they need to be able to stay alive right here and try to get the zone in their favor. The members of Octopi now back in their base, being kind of bombarded by these torps and these shots from the side of Trip Hazard. They need to find the way to break in. They're going to try to do so with this stamp, but Plague there with an excellent start, getting them as they drop down. Now they're through their penalty, but 2 down. Need to play a little bit carefully. This Splatling is going to back up, try to hold some space, but they're not going to be able to hold that space against all of the members of Octopi, as certainly we're going to see the zone flip back here in their favor, giving Trip Hazard some penalty that they're going to have to work through.
You see that Octopi is just now trying to currently be at that penalty with like 40 seconds left. Trip Hazard managed to get to cap over again. They lose control. All of the Trip Hazard uses the cap and has a nice cap with that from 40 to 51 now. It's very high.
Yep, and now you're just going to kind of see if both teams can sit here and just kind of trade zone, you're going to never see these penalties be worked through, especially with a minute left in this game. But, you know, Octopi moving up fast, hoping to make sure that that's never an issue. They are going to try to take control of the game there. 2 down on both sides at the moment. You see this Junior try to move forward, try to take this space along with the Kraken coming out, hoping to cap the zone there for Trip Hazard. Are able to find the zone cap, but they need to get forward. They need to create that lockout situation because they still got a lot of penalty to eat through, and they've got more time on top of that to burn to get the lead. But Octopi already flipped that zone back in their favor. They've got that defensive bubbler out on the zone. But here this could be huge. 3 down now on the side of Octopi. Trip Hazard, you have to make this count. This is the point in the game that matters. 30 seconds left on the clock means that if you get taken out here and you have to reclaim zone again, you're not going to have nearly as much time. 1 down on both sides. Tato here trying to get a snipe to see if they can stop the members of Trip Hazard. Not finding what they need, but you know, that laser right now doing a good job threatening that space, stopping them from being able to come out. And that crack on there coming out trying to fix, but now they've lost the paint from that Kraken roller onto the zone. They're able to barely hold onto it. Plague finding a pick onto Tato. 1 second left on the game. It's going into overtime. They need to stay alive here. The hammer being thrown onto the zone. Trip Hazard throws everything they have in the zone. The zone is neutralized, and then I don't even know who took that game there.
I think it might have just been Octopi.
Oh my goodness, the 1 point difference. That was as close as it could have been. You saw them there throwing everything they had at that zone, but Octopi just barely edged it out.
That stamp and all that shooting just came right in handy just for Octopi to be able to take it in. But you know what? This is okay. Trip Hazard has been through this before. They lose their first game and they get all.
Oh my god, that was so close. It was a great, very back and forth round there. And God, I can't believe that there at the end, that was like, it was just frames away from going the other way.
Very, very close. Maybe if they just had like the extra inking, Trip Hazard could have been Trip Hazard's game, and they could have gotten that first win off the board.
Yes, it sure can be. You know, and now we're gonna be getting ready for our second match of this grand finals here. We're gonna be going into tower control on Flounder Heights, which is, God, if I have to say, that is probably the exact opposite kind of map mode that you could have gotten from Hagglefish Market. You have Haggle, which is this giant open space with these wide open sight lines on these, you know, flanks where an E-leader can kind of just sit and watch everything. And then you have tower control on Flounder Heights, where you have all that elevation, you have all those flanks, all of that cover, and more importantly, you know, the objective moves. It's going to be pushing in towards your base as the enemy comes in it, or you're going to have to be holding space as you go into the enemy base. So I'm interested to see on how the comps are going to change up here.
If I do remember correctly, I do remember that Splatoon 1 Flounder Heights was the map for snipers, so maybe this could just be a very, very sniper, really like good map, especially with tower control on it too.
Yeah, you know, and I think we might, I want to say that we might see switches off the back lines. I never know what's going to happen. You know, teams surprise me all the time with what they pick, but as somebody who plays backline myself, I know that usually it's not the most comfortable pick onto you know, the Flounder Heights. You've got all that cover. It can be hard to sometimes find your picks, find your snipes. And even when you're in advantage, like it's just a little bit risky sometimes. It's not as safe to stand on, and it's not always the best place to find. And we see already that Trip Hazard is going to be opting to run a much more aggressive comp, and we see that Octopi is too. And I'm right on that one. We are going to be seeing the backlines go away. We're going to see them opting to bring out a double bucket on both sides, which I think is a lot better comp. It's going to be giving them a great opportunity to kind of, you know, go and play around these ledges and get underneath and cause this chaos that this elevation really allows you to play with.
We see that these team comps are very similar, with the only difference being, of course, Plague on that crack on Ruin. You see that Drip Hazard currently make it, you know, checkpoint 1 with the crashing coming out on Star, but sadly couldn't get much done with that 0 torch shine time. With also that Kraken finally finishing it, we see a kill on Star, and Slosher getting another kill on you see that they're finished past checkpoint 2, getting to checkpoint 3 with that crab tank on, and a kill on Tato, and a Booyah Bomb coming out as well.
You know, and tower control is known to be a very snowbally mode. You have the special charge going to the team on the tower, and once again, you know, we're going to be shown that that is correct. And it looks like that is going to just be a very fast wipe and game to Trip Hazard, showing, you know, tower control, the snowball, it's real. This map, you have height advantage the entire time you're pushing, and they used that so well. They were like, hey, we've got the high ground, we've got the tower, we've got the special charge, and we're just gonna live up here in your base. There's nothing you can do about it, and they make such quick work out of that one.
That was great, and I've been telling you, Trip Hazard may lose their first game, but they come straight back as the next game and just get that immediate knockout. And we see that they weren't even on tower when they got that knockout. It was a little push of just Plague being on that tower for a couple of extra seconds, and I managed to get them that knockout, which is very, very fun to see.
Oh, absolutely is. And you know, now you Octopi is definitely feeling the pressure. They ran a pretty dominant game 1 where they were able to hold the space. And then you had a Trip Hazard comeback, push them so hard at the end of that Splat Zones game to the point where they almost lost it. They were able to just barely clinch out that lead. And then now, this game, you just got absolutely like plowed into your base, and you know, given that's definitely part TC, that's 100% just part of the map mode. It's very snowbally, but just the mental part of that, it's like, hey, we barely held on to game 1, and look what just happened game 2. So now how do you, like, how in your mind do you think about that? How do you calm yourself down, get yourself back in the mindset for the next game? Because I like to always say mindset is a huge part of this game. Mentality can make or break the way you perform. What would you do be going off that game if you're Octopi?
Well, after a game like that, I'm not sure how to recover. Just not even being on the tower and still getting a knockout is crazy. But whenever something bad like that happens to me, I usually just take a moment and I'll set down the controller and I take a couple of deep breaths to make sure I'm calmed down and I'm focused and locked in, so I can make sure that I'm going to win the next game.
Yeah, and you know, that's the important thing to think about, is you have to, like, you can't think about sets as like, I'm just gonna win it. Like, you have to think about it game by game. You gotta think, okay, like, we won that game, we lost this game, it's okay. We are gonna win this next game. We're gonna win the next game. We're gonna win the next game. And just one game at a time. You don't think about the overall story, because that's where it gets really, really intimidating. But I think that, you know, going off of tower control, going into a much less snowbally situation here, Rainmaker's Scourge Gorge is gonna set up Octopi for a little bit better of a time. But you know, people that thinks that they need to look out for still, they need to watch out for that roller, they need to watch out for this machine on the side of Trip Hazard, who are just constantly, they get these good flanks, they get these good sharks, and they apply so much pressure. But we're going to see quite a bit of a change in comp coming out from Octopi. We see the Tetras coming out. We see the Flings are coming out. Weapons that we haven't seen from them quite yet today. Plague taking an early pick onto the Tetras there. But you know, this could really work. This could be a great opportunity. I love to see Tetras on this map. I think that they've got a great opportunity, and when you're carrying the Rainmaker up that ramp, you can send the Tetras over those grates and just apply a lot more pressure. I think that Octopi's got a great comp here.
Ooh, how unfortunate for you, but we do see that Octopi has been able to just, you know, keep control, or not control, but they were able to just get rid of Trip Hazard, and we now see that they have control of Rainmaker and takes that checkpoint immediately. We see that Octopi was able to recover from that last game, and now they are focused and locked in, ready to win the next one with an already checkpoint takeover.
Yep, and you know, now Octopi is in such a tricky situation with that Kraken coming on. They need to be able to watch it and try to set up for the defense as this Rainmaker reset happens in mid. But it already looks like 2 down on the side of Trip Hazard, but now that's quickly traded for 2 down on Octopi. A little bit of the neutral game happening here. We see Plague sharking there, gonna get a jump over to their beacon there. You know, the Plague, once again, with these great beacon placements, these great jumps and great sharks, and coming in here, getting a pick on the Star there on Octopi, trying to see what they can do. They've got the Kraken out, but now it's just them. They're going to provide some jumps in here, but the Rainmaker is in the hands of Octopi. They're going to be looking to try to extend their lead there. You've got Nimbers behind them, but they're just going to try to hold forward, and they're able to push that to 47, pretty uncontested there, just getting some points before going down, and that's exactly what you want to do. And they're going to pick up and try to get some more. They're going to push it to 44. Again, not huge, but they're going to just burn time off this clock and stop Trip Hazard from taking mid. You can see that out of all that time, you know, like, they kept moving the Rainmaker, but mid is still Octopi's.
We see that Trip Hazard is just trying to let that Rainmaker reset and maybe just get rid of some kills and hopefully take that mid back from Octopi. We see that Plague has a lot of missiles on them and sadly dies to the Flings actually, but has that killer ready to just, you know, make sure that they can jump back.
Yep, they need to try to get control now. Once again, I just keep saying this: Kraken out, Kraken out, Kraken out, Kraken out. As Plague does what they do, as they get a double pick there, triple pick now, and this is going to be Trip Hazard's time to get this checkpoint.
Ooh, we see that the Rainmaker is moving a little too slow. They could have took a checkpoint by now, but they do seem to take the checkpoint. Now, all they need to do is just run in like how Octopi did to them and just try to zoom in without even focusing on the other people. Ooh, we see a nice kill on Star by our Slaughter friend. And we see Rainmaker is running in and takes the lead with a 42.
Gosh, that's a great place to be in right now, but now there's still a minute and a half. There's still plenty of time for Octopi to come back from this, and we've seen time and time again they can get those man advantages, they can get the picks that they need. You've got Tort here on this Viper with a great shark right now, trying to find some people. They drop out with their stamp 2 down on the side of Trip Hazard. They've got to play this carefully. The Crab Tank coming out there gets the pick onto the Rainmaker, just the Tetras up on Octopi. A wonderful defense from Trip Hazard.
Trip Hazard is doing an amazing job defending it, and we see that they might just be trying to let that Rainmaker reset because it's a couple seconds off resetting, and we see Yuma is just also trying to create that mid space that Trip Hazard needs so that they can just, you know, grab that Rainmaker again and do exactly what they did last time. We see that, but we see it's half and half for mid right now with more ink up over on Octopi. We see that Trip Hazard is just like, okay, let them take Rainmaker and maybe we can play better defense so that they can finish our 42 lead.
Yep, and now we're going to see that Rainmaker going down again. Just a 30 seconds left in this game. You've got Plague here with that beacon there trying to defend this area for Trip Hazard. The roller on the side of Octopi down. Tort now going down. 2 down on the side of Octopi. This is not what you want to see at this moment in time. Rose going to get there, trying to get control of that area. Gets the bubble out onto Plague. The bomb doesn't quite find the kill. Do they know that Plague is there? They've got to find those picks. The splashdown, Plague down. two members of Trip Hazard down this court is going in, trying to find these picks. This tri-slosh goes down onto them, Rose holding forward, but the members of Octopi are not there to support the Rainmaker, and Trip Hazard is going to take that game, and now we're in a match point situation.
We see that second game by Trip Hazard. I'm telling you, folks, Trip Hazard lose one game and they can take the immediately 3 that they need and just win it. And this could be the grand finals. They could win the grand finals and take home that trophy.
Yes, and you know, this is the thing about this situation now, is Octopi is starting to lose a little bit of that momentum. They had everything going for them in round 1, and in round 2, I think that tower control game just kind of shook things up a little bit, and they need to be able to hold on to that going on here. And on Trip Hazard, you just got to ride this high. They've got a comp that works. Obviously, this double bucket with his roller is just tearing it absolutely up for them. I don't think we're gonna see any changes from this on their side. I think they've kind of found, you know, if it doesn't if it's not broken, don't change it. But on the side of Octopi, they've still been kind of switching, swapping, trying to figure out what they want to bring into this game. And it looks like Clamblitz on Inkblot Art Academy here is going to be their kind of final chance to figure out which comp they want to do to make work tonight.
This is very exciting to see this. I know that Trip Hazard's hearts are beating extremely fast because this could be the game that just changes everything. But I know Octopi is talking to their team and is like, we need to make sure that we get this win and we need to win these grand finals. We just got to make sure we lock in. We have a great comp, especially for the fact that we are going into Rainmaker, or not Rainmaker, we're going on to Clamblitz on Inkblot Academy. Very, very, very interesting combo, if I say so myself.
Yes, I think it is too, and you know, we're turning classic from Splatoon 2, and it's much better now that you have that kind of ramp in front of the basket instead of the block that you had to hop up in Splatoon 2. And we're gonna see, yep, we're still gonna run that double bucket, splash, and roller on the side of Trip Hazard. And once again, Octopi gonna be kind of changing it up, trying to get their footing and see what's gonna work here tonight. Notably, they're gonna be bringing out a C-Jet, a weapon that I have picked up myself recently, courtesy of my coach. Shout out to Pak. I love you, Pak, if you're listening to this. It's a great weapon for just kind of holding space and denying entry to areas for your enemies. It's got a lot of paint, it's got a lot of pressure, it can really slow down pushes with that toxic mist. It's got a lot of value to it, especially in modes like Spot Zones and Clamblitz.
Yeah. Disc Culture is definitely it's definitely like a fun weapon to play sometimes. I personally am a bigger fan of T-Tech when it comes to shooters because it's like that 3-shot or that 4-shot hit kill, which is very, very fun to do. But we also see that Tatsu getting kind of close to it, but we see that there's a lot of cheating when it comes to Clamblitz, but we don't see any power clams just yet.
No, both teams still trying to find that clam economy. You know, clams is a little bit slower of the game. I always like to say it's kind of a little bit of team deathmatch until you can find the control you need and the clams you need to be able to make a push come together. It's one of those ones that's a little bit more limited. You're not just able to push up into the enemy base so fast. You've got to find that clam economy because especially a one and done clam push almost never works. And right now, you've got Octopi set up in this great situation. You've got 3 down on the side of Trip Hazard, and you finally find that clam economy. You finally got those clams together. You've got one of their members there still continuing to throw clams in all the way down to 44, which is a absolutely great opening push on this map, especially with how hard it can be to sometimes break into these plat areas. And now you're going to see Trip Hazard finally able to go back out, Plague there, putting a beacon down, but you got to be careful here if you're on the side of Octopi. You just scored on Trip Hazard. They've got that extra points in the back. You got to make sure you don't go down and give them some free points because you can just jump in with that pity. and add 20 extra points to your score, especially when you're at 100 and don't have any penalty to work through. A power clam finally forms on the side of Trip Hazard. They've got that little bit of tactical or buff to speed them up, but they don't have really quite the space yet to be able to push with it. You see Plague going down. They're able to find the person who picked them off and get them out, but it's going to still be a very neutral game here. About half the time in the match left remaining. You don't really see, I was just going to say, you don't really see either side taking a domineering like advantage state, but finally Trip Hazard finding the space that they needed. They get that Kraken in there, the Clam comes in, but they are taken out by Octopi. That is going to be an absolutely huge defense. The Power Clam here misses, but do they know? They don't know the Viper's there. The Viper is going to be able to stay up here, stay alive. They aren't going to be able to get that Power Clam in time to be able to get it in the basket, but they are going to stall Trip Hazard there a little bit.
This is very sad for Octopi. Missing power claims is very, very hard to watch sometimes. That I don't personally like missing my power claims either. We see that we do have 2 power claims in possession of Trip Hazard, but they are just really struggling right now to bring it in. Oh, and they break the barrier. Can they get the other one in for, I think, a lead? Ah, no, they sadly can't get it in with the barrier closing in about a second. And that is a lead of only 80 with a 10 penalty. They just need to get in a second football in order to, you know, get rid of that penalty. But ooh, we see that it's currently in the base, and that's a kill. Come on! And they throw it in with a lead with another 70. They just gotta throw something in, but they sadly couldn't get it in before they all died.
No, and you know, and they didn't have the clam economy there either. You got this is kind of what I was saying. Like the clams is a bit slower of a game, and you had those picks there, but you didn't have the clam economy to back it up. But now that they've opened that basket twice on Octopi, they've given Octopi 2 pity clams to work with, plus the clams on the map. So there's a lot of room for Octopi to score. Plague, they're going to be trying to go over and pick off Tato on the back end, but we see some jumps going into the back area on the basket. One finds its entrance, and now 3 down on the side of Octopi is going to give Trip Hazard another power clam to be able to score with, but they've got a lot of penalty that they're going to have to work through. They're going to have to get, I think it's at least 2 power clams and some more smaller clams, or 3 power clams to win. The Kraken is going to be coming out here. The Booyah Bomb trying to clear some space, but they've got to move faster than this. The Kraken's finally up here under the basket. The Power Clams, though, are behind, and that hammer is going to come in, finish that off, and that is going to be game. And Octopi is going to take this 2-2, and we're going into an authentic game 5 here in Grand Finals.
We see it has been a pretty often that Trip Hazard has a little bit of a struggle when it comes to Clam Blitz. So you know what? It's not as bad, because now this is a 2-2 game. Whoever wins this just, you know, wins the Grand Finals, while we go on to Splat Zones on Sturgeon Shipyard. Now, what I'm hoping to definitely see here is at least a couple sprinklers, because as you know, that little hook at the top is a great place to throw your sprinklers to just get some extra ink down on that splat zone.
Yeah, you know, it absolutely can be a great spot, and this is going to be, I'm sure, going to be a very, very close game 5 too, because spot zones, may I remind everybody, is the game where we saw them go toe to toe, and the game was decided by 1 point difference of Octopi shutting down the game, or the overtime push, just in time. And if they can replicate that here, it's going to be great for them. And the same for Trip Hazard, you know, like if you can get that going, you can keep that momentum, and you can just have it a tad longer than you did in that first game. This could end so differently, especially with Sturgeon being such a good map for kind of rollers and sloshers with that elevation. I think that, you know, Tato on that Charger, on C-Jet, whatever they bring, more of a conventional backline usually has a little bit harder of a time finding a face to post up here.
Yeah, definitely. I'm hoping to see that maybe this is definitely probably going to be Plague's funnest modes because it's mostly slide zones. You know, when it comes to when rollers come to it, rollers are really good when it comes to inking.
Yes, absolutely. And God, I keep saying it time and time again, but you know, I think that Octopi now has finally found the comp that works for them, and so has Trip Hazard. You both of them have gotten together because that was kind of a dominating game, I've got to say. On the side of Octopi, they held that space for so long. Their pushes were so long, so sustained. They were able to support it. Where Trip Hazard, they're kind of just struggling, breaking the basket one at a time, throwing them in, but not really having follow up there. So now on a mode like Splat Zones, where you don't have to wait for that clam economy, where you don't have to wait to throw together your pushes. What's going to change here? What's going to be bringing together these pushes for these teams? We see one bucket on the side of Trip Hazard. They're going to be bringing out the junior instead of the second bucket. And we see an Explo coming out for Octopi, going to be putting a lot of paint down on that zone, a lot of chip pressure. Got that beautiful rain to help cover the zone as the early cap goes to Octopi, but this crab is out, going to be trying to do what it can to the zone, but take it out. One down on both sides. Octopi holding pretty strong here right now.
Ooh, you see that Santa Sally dash to that Booyah Bomb coming from the flushing machine, and we see that Trip Hazard manages to catch the zone.
Yes,
with the tactic.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, okay. We see Craptic also coming out to, you know, just maybe take that zone back, and a Kraken also, but sadly couldn't get any kills and dies right before he gets that smackdown. Oh, but Trip Hazard does manage to take the lead from a nice 69.
Yes, they sure do, but now 2 down. That's going to give Octopi definitely a big advantage that they need here. 3 down on the side of Trip Hazard. They've got all this space. You got that Booyah comeback, but it kind of goes way behind their team. Eating through the penalty now. They're going to be geared up to take the lead here in just a second. This crab coming out, being pummeled by that slashing machine, by that hammer. Just a lot of pressure coming out there. The lead does go over to Octopi. And now this Kraken's going to come out on the zone, trying to find picks onto Octopi's members, but you see that they're just doing a good job of running away. Exactly what you have to do to Kraken. The bubble out, but just one member of Trip Hazard up. And it looks like with 20 seconds remaining on the clock, this may be Octopi's chance. They've been in grand finals time and time again. I want to say the last 2 from the ink up. When just 5 seconds remaining, it looks like they're finally going to be able to close it out this time. And everybody, after so many tries, this is the time. They found it in their cards. They brought everything together. You're from the ink up. Week 30 champions are Octopi.
Congratulations, Octopi. I am very proud of you guys. You have worked so hard this whole tournament, and we see that now you guys are the championship of Week 30 from the Cup. Must be very exciting for you guys. And I hope that, you know, you guys like come together and you just celebrate and, you know, have fun that you guys won Week 30.
Yes, and that was so great. Like, it could have ended so differently. Octopi took that great game 1, and then Trip Hazard just came and stole all that momentum in that tower control game. They held it through that next game, and it was looking pretty sketchy there for Octopi, but they really came back in that Clam Blitz game. They showed that domineering gameplay, that aggression that they can hold. And they were able to bring it through. They were able to pull off the reverse. They were able to come back from that 2 down situation and win the set and win the game here tonight. Congratulations to Octopi, our Week 30 champions, and congrats to Trip Hazard. You know, out of 64 teams making it here to second place tonight, definitely nothing to be ashamed of. Great gameplay there. But that's going to be wrapping it up for us this week. Thank you for joining us on From the Week Up. We're a bi-weekly tournament. If you're interested in joining us, you can join our Discord. We run every other Friday. We're a low-level tournament for those who want to play. But before we go, Lucky, tell me, where can the people on stream find you?
You can find me at my Twitter at lucky _ Walker. I post just a lot of either my really good clips or just what I'm thinking about that day.
Awesome, awesome. And I am Toma. You can find me at Crest of Gautier on Twitter or at ttoma_ here on twitch.tv. And once again, congratulations to Occupy. Thank you for joining us here at From the Week or Ink Up. We hope y'all will be joining us once again in week 31. All of you have a great night.